Good morning, honorable members, honorable minister, and your colleagues from the State Information Technology Agency. Somebody needs to put their phone on silent. We don't want technology issues here when we've got SITA in the room, please. So thank you very much. I will introduce things in this way. So we've called you, Honorable Minister, and your colleagues here for two basic reasons. The first is the Auditor General's report to this committee in respect of the audit outcomes of the State Information Technology Agency. The second reason is various reports of the Auditor General relating to risks in other state entities, specifically information technology risk, whether it is cybersecurity or anything of that sort, or technology that is obsolete, is no longer fit for purpose, etc., etc. So we're hoping that you would enlighten us on some of those, so that we are better able to respond by way of an oversight process, so that over time we see an improvement in audit outcomes of those entities, as well as the audit outcomes and levels of performance by the State Information Technology Agency. So that's really important. I'm going to make a request, and that request is in your, because you've sent, somebody is watching the proceedings on their phone. Because I thought that was my voice. I will tell the story during break. I won't delay the proceedings, but it's not the first time I'm hearing my own voice in the same in the same room. So what we've had, thank you very much for sending through the presentation. It's really helpful. The members have gone through the presentation. I have as well. We are asking you not to go through each slide, because we want to leave enough time for a conversation. What's really important is to lift the salient issues out of each slide. So sometimes people go through each and every line, and 2 hours later we're still listening to a presentation. Then we get a rushed conversation. So the process of presentation will be allocated between 35 and 40 minutes. So we must be done. I've seen it's 36, is it 36 slides? I think thereabouts. We usually don't allow more than 25, including title slides. So next time we'll be a lot tighter with it, but we generally don't allow, and the AG usually gives us information in 20 to 25 slides. So let's try and keep to that time limit. You are permitted during question time to then present a slide again and then take the committee through the necessary detail. That's the advantage of having a lot more time following the presentation. So let's try and work with one another like that. The third point I want to make is that these proceedings are being streamed. What we try and do here is to make them as accessible as possible to members of the public who may be watching now or want to watch later. So I'm going to make some requests. The first is, government has 4,500,000 acronyms. Please just use as simple a language as possible to at least explain what the acronym does, because sometimes we get lost. So you don't want to say Doge and we think you're talking about the American Doge, but you're talking about something else in this instance. So let us do that. But also in your initial presentation, just in simple terms, don't go through the legislation and all of that. That's important for the committee members, and we've looked at the presentation. Just explain what SITA is, what its mandate, what it does, who it works with, and what is expected of it. A person who is watching the proceedings now or later will then understand the context of the issues that we're talking about. So don't worry that you are patronizing us. We don't have such issues as the committee members. The public also needs to find this accessible. I have asked the minister not only to bring the interim board, because we want to enhance the richness of the of the conversation. The audit outcomes we're dealing with are of the year that ended last year, some in the early part of last year. I think it's the 31st of March last year. So it would be of little use to ask new people, why did you take a decision 2 years ago, which now shows up because those people were not there. And an answer that says, I wasn't there, isn't particularly useful to the committee. So we're not bringing people here to get them or to get at them. We just want to have a conversation with people who've got institutional memory, who can then share with us. If there was a conversation at the board or EXCO, they can say, this was the conversation we had, and this was the logic behind some of the outcomes that you see in the audit outcomes. It then assists the committee in having a conversation going forward. The last point I want to make is that the reason I'm asking that we lift the salient points out is that we no longer, we are not intending to have a once-off conversation and then we meet later next year again when the audit outcomes. It's not going to work like that this time. And we apply the same principle to several entities and departments that we work with. So this is the beginning of a multi-year journey together. At the end of that journey, we all need to have something to brag about, in that the audit outcomes are fantastic. And therefore, we are going to have periodic updates with one another. So I can tell you for Mahala that we will meet again in the second half of next year. We just need to determine what the appropriate date of that meeting is going to be. Here is the reason. Parliament always goes through this process a year later. And what often happens is we get told, well, this is what we've done in the intervening period, this is old information. Then there are unhelpful headlines in the papers about something that you've already dealt with, etc., right? It's important that in the second half of the year, we update one another on how you're doing on some of the remedial actions that are supposed to be taken, so that when we discuss the audit outcomes next year, the committee is fully appraised. And it's a much more focused conversation that focuses on outcomes and what needs to be done. And you are not here all day, maybe you're here for 2 hours and off you go. So that's the reason why we need to have regular interactions with one another. There may be instances, Honorable Minister, where, in fact, there will be lots of instances where we send you a request for a written submission. It doesn't mean we're going to call you in. It simply means a lot of the time that there is some or other information shared with the committee, even pertaining to another institution, that causes us to ask for that information. That's all useful, because by the time we meet again, the committee has accumulated knowledge over time that helps us to have as rich a conversation as possible. I will explain the proceedings at question time later, but Honorable Minister, I'm going to give you an opportunity to make opening remarks, to introduce your team, and so on. And then the person who's presenting, Denzel here has a big stopwatch, it's ready. We will time it, and I will stop you when you need to stop. So please lift the salient issues up, and then we can proceed to question time. Thanks. Over to you, Minister.
Thanks very much, Chair, and good morning to the committee members and everyone who has joined these proceedings. Chair, first of all, I just want to thank you in terms of the prior engagement we had ahead of this meeting to ensure that we meet the expectations of the committee, particularly ensuring that the request from your office on behalf of the committee that we bring together the previous leadership of the committee, and to that end we have ensured that both 2 former chairpersons of the board are present. In addition to that, the audit chair, the former audit chair member is also here. They will introduce themselves when that time comes. But for us, it's important, given that this is actually our inaugural interaction with this committee, and also deemed it fit that from the ministry we are here because obviously SCOPA plays a particularly important role in enhancing our audit performance and our audit outcomes. And given that it's an inaugural interaction, and those interaction needs to be substantive. The crux of the presentations will be led by the chair and the acting AMD. The interim chair will advise in terms of the approach on their part, and our role is to play the supportive role and also to account on actions that pertain to our role as the department. From the department, we've got the Director General on my left, and in that sequence, I'll hand over to her and everybody else to introduce themselves so that you also have a sense of what capacity people are in here for. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Minister. Good morning to the Honorable Chair, to the Honorable members. My name, and greetings also to the SITA team and the DCDT team. My name is Nonkubela Jordan Gyani. I am the Director General at the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies.
Good morning, Chair and honorable members, Minister, and all the colleagues in the room. My name is Sadzani Mudau. I'm the interim chairperson of the SITA board.
Good morning, Chair, Minister, and honorable board members. My name is Gopal Reddy. I'm the acting managing director of SITA.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning to the honorable members. Good morning to the Minister, the DG, and all other colleagues. My name is Colin Weapon. I'm a board member, interim for the SITA. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and Honorable Minister and the DG, as well as honorable members. My name is Willie Matebula, and I'm also a member of the interim board of SITA. Thank you, Chair.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, honorable members, honorable Minister, the DG, and colleagues. I'm Nolita Peterson. I was a member of the board whose term ended 31 January 2025. I was also the audit committee chair. Thank you very much.
Morning, Honorable Chair, Honorable Minister, everyone. My name is Kiruban Pillai. I used to be a previous SITA board chair. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, and thank you, and good morning, honorable members. My name is Makanu Musidi. I'm the former chairperson of SITA. Thanks.
Thanks, colleagues. Chairperson, with your guidance, do you also want the executive teams to introduce themselves?
Yeah, let's do the introductions and be done with it, and then, yeah. Specifically, the people who will be dealing with questions. Yeah.
Good morning, Chair, honorable members, Minister, DG, board members, and colleagues. I'm Precious Masia from the Department of Communication and Digital Technologies, Director, SOE Governance and Compliance.
Good morning, members. My name is Ola Lingani. I'm the Executive Internal Audit at SITA.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honorable members, Minister, DG, DCDT colleagues. My name is Tladi Tladi, Head of Corporate Affairs at SITA. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, Honorable Minister, Honorable members. My name is Ntutule Tsenye, and I'm the Executive at SITA, responsible for consulting and client services.
Good morning, Chair, Honorable members, Minister, board members, colleagues. My name is Molatlegi, his name is Khawe. I'm the CFO of SITA. Thank you.
Morning, Chair. Morning, Minister and DG. My name is Rendani Museta, Chief Director, Department of Communication and Digital Technologies, SOC Oversight. Thank you.
Morning, Chair, honorable members. I'm Somila Sizani, the acting HOD Legal Services. Thank you.
I think we're good. Over to you.
Thanks for that, Chair. Interim Chair and the acting MD, can you then lead the presentation?
Thank you, Minister, and a good morning again. We are honored that you've invited us here today because as an interim board, as well as former board members, one thing that we don't take for granted is the fact that we are heading a state-owned entity. And with that comes a level of accountability, as well as transparency that comes with it. And I think in putting together the presentation and even in our engagement in preparing for this, we have ensured that we're going to take you into confidence in terms of governance matters that we measures we're putting in place, as well as some of the areas that you've highlighted, Chair, in your introduction, cybersecurity. What is SITA doing across government when it comes to that? The AMD is going to take you through some of those particular measures, which include the information security maturity assessments that we're doing across government proactively so. And with that, we'll also highlight, I think one of the key things is also from a capacity perspective, operational effectiveness. The presentation that he'll take you through will highlight all of the things that we're doing, but we'll also address a lot of the findings and the material irregularities that AGSA has highlighted to say, what are we doing going forward? As you've highlighted, as part of ensuring that there's improvement overall, it's what are we doing in the meantime? And we'll highlight the enhanced oversight that we've put in place, the audit action plans that we're currently implementing, and as well as an increased level that we're putting in place from an oversight perspective. I think you've highlighted time restrictions in terms of presentation, so I will not spend much time now. I want to hand over to the AMD who will take you through the presentation. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Chair. So the content of the presentation that will cover SITA is financial management, governance, operational effectiveness, and irregular expenditure. We'll be handling how we handle material irregularities, consequence management. We'll take you through the audit action plan, look at performance for the year, critical filling of vacancies, cybersecurity, environment and risk management. We'll look at modernization program in terms of ICT, and there's additional information in terms of service improvement initiatives. From a financial management and governance perspective, SITA is currently a going concern, self-sufficient as required by the SITA Act. From a SITA solvency and liquidity perspective, we have a solvency ratio of 4.6 and a liquidity ratio of 4.45. From a debtors balance perspective, it is increasing, and this is due to client budget constraints, but we manage this on a client-by-client basis. Financial management procedures and practices are in place. We manage cash flow through certain policies. We manage pricing and costing through costing and pricing recovery policy. We also look at debt management through our debt management policy. We've ensured that we have proper oversight on financial management through EXCO management committees, as well as the board and the audit committees. We strengthen internal controls, capacitating the key environments that deal with controls, both in numbers and skills, reviewing business processes, enhancing systems, dealing with ARC, and that's your audit committee on compliance and the board itself, as well as we have weekly audit war rooms. From a financial perspective, from a profit before tax, from a revenue perspective, from a total assets perspective and net assets, you would find that it has been on the up, meaning that we are improving on a year-on-year basis. I'm not going to go through the numbers, they are there. From a governance perspective, we have 4 layers of governance on the highest level. So at the level 4, we basically have multiple subcommittees of EXCO dealing with assurance and finances, loss control, which is pretty important in terms of consequence management and those matters. Project investment committees, strategy and architecture, security, a key, and then operations committee, as well as people and workplace in terms of capacitation. These subcommittees report into the executive committee, and the executive committee then reports directly to subcommittees of the board, made up of audit and risk committee, your ICT research and development, social and ethics, as well as HR and remuneration. We also do have a board procurement committee, and then the adjudication committees that then report into that. And all these subcommittees on layer 2 then report into the board. Some of the operational effectiveness issues lead to delegation of authority. So in the adjudication committees, we have various levels, a management, an executive, and a board level with less than 10, less than 50, and above 50 that goes to the board. We are looking into this. We believe that if we increase delegations at the lower levels, there will be quicker turnaround times. The other area is probity audit processes. We target all transactions, doing probity on them. And what we believe is maybe we need to have a more targeted approach rather than doing it on every single transaction, because that lengthens the process. And then we're also looking at decentralization of authority to provinces so that we build, let's say, supply chain education at provincial level rather than having it centrally. It may improve then the turnaround times. From a board rationalization perspective, we've collapsed certain committees, which is listed there to be able to have more focus. And then from a loss control perspective, we are beefing up our processes and our capabilities in that area. From an irregular expenditure perspective, sitting at a total of 2 billion, and then there's a breakdown there from those that are recommended to Treasury, cases that are submitted for condemnation, and then various other things, including cases under investigation. Handling of material irregularities. The first one deals with licenses that were not utilized. So SITA created a capability called software asset management, and this basically manages software licenses, the ability to do that. We purchased 99,000 licenses in 2018. And the idea was to be able to then cover SITA as well as create a capability to go to clients. Unfortunately, clients then did not take up the service, resulting in a software license to the value of 23 million not being utilized. We followed a process which is listed there with timelines, and ultimately the AGSA decision was to refer the matter to SIU. If I go to the second material irregularity, it was dealing with a contract entered into in April 2019, dealing with building SMME capabilities, transferring skills to them, which included a conference as well as a lot of other skills transfer initiatives. This could not be effectively rolled out in the timelines due to COVID in 2020, although a number of activities were done. The conference was delayed and then done in November 2022. Then there was a settlement agreement based on the fact that certain things didn't happen because of the impact of COVID. But then there was a finding issued to say that these services were not effectively provided. Information has been provided to the AG in terms of the events and transfers that has happened, and the current board is looking into it to ask for an extension to understand the process that was followed, and the bottom line is the dispute is that we have got value for the money that was paid. If we go into consequence management, there's 64 64 allegations. Of the 64 allegations, we have 42 cases that were concluded, 8 with recommendations for consequence management. The remaining 22, 8 is in the planning stage, 4 is in execution stage, and 10 is being finalized. The breakdowns of the 42 cases are on the screen in the various categories. From the 8 cases that consequence management was meted out, we have dismissals, first final written warnings, and so forth, as in the table. From an audit action plan perspective, SITA received a disclaimer, which is very concerning to the organization. We've looked at AG's reports and looked at putting an action plan in place. I think the idea was looking and identify what are the root causes that has caused this, and we've tailor-made an improvement plan. There were 192 findings, and they're broken up into matters affecting the audit report 65, other important matters 115, and administrative matters 12. So the action plan was developed and is being monitored by management. Progress in implementation is tracked by internal audit as well as oversight by the audit committee and the board. We had a workshop with AGSA in November to discuss the audit outcomes, and then also to ensure that we have a clear approach of how to address matters. We also had workshops with the various divisions within SITA, led by internal audit, to look at our root cause analysis, defining the plan, addressing the root causes with mitigations of any risks that we have identified. The action plans are signed off by each executive accountable. Workshops were held with the AGSA to determine the root causes, to make sure there's appropriate action plan. There's continuous monitoring weekly at an EXCO war room level, and then bi-weekly at a board audit work session. For each management letter point finding that is done, each executive signs off, as well as this verification with audit. Just a little bit of stats on how we're progressing. As end of 31st of March, we are on 192 findings. We were at 34%. And then at the end of April, we had 53%. The focus of the findings is to deal with those that have a material impact on the audit outcome. So we're prioritizing those. And majority of the findings we will complete by end of May. Progress against annual targets. So just a little bit of history from financial year 2019 and 2020 to 23-24. You would find that in the last 2 years, SITA has made an improvement from 44 to 61%, just to give a background. And then moving into the current financial year, or the year that just passed, 24-25, we basically at a performance level of 57.14%. Taking into account that this is the objectives that have been completed in terms of audit. And then we have a few more that need to be verified, about 4 of them. And as those conclude through the audit process, we expect that 57.14% to improve. From a filling of vacancies perspective, we have 15 vacancies in total. Total positions amongst executive and HOD levels is 50, and then we have filled 35 of those positions. We're prioritizing these critical vacancies to be filled. From a cybersecurity and risk management perspective, SITA has invested a lot of time and energy to improve the security posture. We've strengthened our Security Operations Center capability, incident response, awareness campaigns, and we adhere to international standards when we do this. We've identified security gaps, and these gaps are identified on a yearly basis because the threat vectors change in cybersecurity all the time. So we do continuous assessment against international standards, and then put plans in place to close the gaps. So there's twofold here. You have government-wide protection, and then you have SITA landscape protection. So those services that SITA provide to government, we assess ourselves against the international standard and then put improvements in place in areas where there are gaps. But then we also assist the wider government to do assessment on their landscapes, the areas that they control, and give them options of improving in the areas where we find gaps. If we move then to modernization program, modernization strategy across all the areas, the network area, the cloud area, the data centers, and the application. So we're looking at modernizing government ICT systems. We started with those that are maintained and supported by SITA, but we're also doing assessments with government departments. We want to start that program. It's a multi-year program to be able to then assess the entire landscape of government and look at how we rationalize applications. There's, however, challenges with budget from government departments to modernize applications. And I think I must mention that as we maybe fail to modernize as fast as possible, these poses security risks. So the older your applications, the more susceptible they are to cyber attacks. From a modernization perspective, I'm not going to go through the table, but there's a number of initiatives that SITA has implemented across the landscape, bringing modernization, bringing new applications and services to government. Just to touch a little bit on the initiatives that are a little bit delayed, the indigent household. We are running behind there, and this is because of data sharing amongst government departments, and we're trying to get MOUs in place to be able to do that. From a legacy system modernization, it's a multi-year function. So we have concluded about 13 initiatives, but then we're still partnering to do the assessment in wider government. And then I think the one that is most concerning, and we've got all hands on deck, is the e-procurement. So we have slipped on this over the last few years, but we are focused in trying to conclude then the automation of the procurement in this financial year. We're targeting the end of September. And then there's additional slides, Chair, just to quickly give a view of what that is about. So it's about the achievements and success stories of SITA. And you'll find there's a number of items listed there, including the G20 that we developed and maintained the platform, and various other areas that we've rolled out for government departments. And then the service improvement plan, Chair and members, covers a number of areas. SITA lacks the adequate understanding of the client environment, and in here we trying to then put initiatives to ensure that we address that. SITA does not adequately support government departments in advisory and strategic partner capacity, so there's initiatives that we are doing to cover that. Customer satisfaction index, we do assessments every year, and out of that we learn where our weaknesses are and put an improvement plan to try and address that. SITA products and services are cited to be too costly, and here we are vigorously working on benchmarking each of our services, and where we are over the market, we are looking at initiatives to reduce input costs, coming up with different models to be able to create price points with economies of scale to be able to then address those areas that are outside. SITA to be remodeled, I think that is out there in terms of reorganizing and repurposing SITA together with other state capabilities in the sector. And difficulty in attracting skills and retaining skills in SITA, that is a challenge, both on the legacy systems as well as new cutting-edge technology. You compete with the private sector for those skills that are key. So it is a challenge, and we've got areas to improve that. SITA tender process taking too long, so there's talking to e-procurement and all the matters associated to improving that space. And then SITA only seen as a procurement agent of the state and not a service provisioning environment. So we've got plans to deal with that. Lack of partnership frameworks. So we're trying to address that through framework agreements and the likes. SITA panels are outdated and not refreshed timelessly. So we're trying to address those panels and transversal contracts of SITA as well as government. Lack of SMME and industry enablement, so we've got improvement areas there. And then duplication of efforts with other organs of state. So we're trying to work more closely with other organs of state to get alignment in terms of what we need to do. SITA has tapped into emerging technologies in the market for revenue opportunities, so we're trying to look at ways of partnering industry as well as building internal skills and capability on specific solutions to be able to then provide a better value proposition to government. And then the concentration risk from a SITA perspective, our biggest clients, we have two big clients and then a number of clients, but from a concentration risk and a sustainability perspective, we do identify a risk there, and we're looking at making sure we expand, including going into local government level to expand our service footprint. With that, Chair, I hand back to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, AMD, for that presentation. I think just one thing to emphasize, when he was presenting, particularly on the capacity, it's one of our priorities as a board, and stabilizing. You would have seen on the presentation that it's highlighting that there's around 30% vacancy at leadership level. So as a board, we are ensuring that we prioritize that, but also as part of improving the operational effectiveness and how we deliver services. As you would have seen, there's focus on customer centricity, and there's a lot of effort in there. I just thought I would add that and hand over to you, Chair.
Thank you very much. And welcome to the honorable members who joined us after the start of the proceedings. So I forgot to mention something, and that's for the members of the committee. I did get an apology in writing and also through a phone call from the Deputy Minister, who is attending to another issue which he explained in full. But the Minister is here, so we can canvass the issues with him. I am just going to ask you for indulgence in respect of something I had mentioned earlier, which is, can you just explain in very simple terms what SITA's mandate is, and how much of the government estate you cover? So what are the what are you allowed to do? What are you not allowed to do? What are you currently doing? And what are you not able to get to? We just need to get a sense, because for most of us, you hear SITA, that's the government's IT department. And anything goes wrong with IT, we look at you. So we just want to have kind of the correct and accurate framing of your mandate, and then we'll take it from there.
Thanks for the question, Chair. So SITA is an agency of government that was created in 1999, and its core mandate is to provide IT services to the government departments, that is national and provincial government. And in doing so, we need to provide it in a secure and cost-effective manner. So it's secure, cost-effective services to government, and then we're talking national and provincial government. It then goes on to identify a few things, to say there are those services that are mandatory, meaning that when the agency was created, the premise was that there are certain services that more than one government department would use, common services. So SITA needed to build capability to be able to provide those common services in a secure, cost-effective manner. So we refer to those services as mandatory. To give an example, a government network, so network services. So the idea there is that every government department requires a network. So SITA could then have a government network that is secure, and only government uses that network. We cannot share that network with anyone else because it becomes a cybersecurity risk, as an example. And there are many others, data centers and all those type of things. But then there are also non-mandatory services, meaning that those services that are unique to a government department. So when you say unique, it's, for example, an application that only that government department would use. And I'll take, for example, let's say weather service. I'm going to be out there, weather services, right? And they put monitoring on the sea to see what the sea levels are and all those type of things. Now, those type of things no other government department would use. It's unique. So that type of application, because it's unique, then it becomes non-mandatory, right? So SITA then has been focusing on its mandatory services, but government departments have also wanted SITA to provide non-mandatory services. So the number of government departments that work with SITA, and we also provide non-mandatory services. So we have built capabilities on both sides because there's value that we provide to government. Within the mandatory, we have a service called procurement. So what it means is that every government department is mandated to come to SITA to procure because it falls under the mandatory side. And so even if government departments want to go to industry for non-mandatory services, they have to come to SITA to assist them to procure it from industry. So that's how the non-mandatory works. If they don't take the service from SITA and go to industry, we help them to then procure it. But when we do that, it's just the administrative function of procurement, because once the supplier is identified, the department then awards that, and the department controls, monitors, and contracts, not SITA. So in essence, that's basically the way SITA has been operating. Now, I want to just come to the cybersecurity part. Because of the mandatory...
Sorry, before you go there, if I may ask on what you've already said. So just two areas. Would enterprise resource software, like SAP, as an example, be something that government departments and entities are free to procure on their own? So, or is there a requirement that we have systems that can talk to each other fairly easily? That would fall under applications, wouldn't it?
Sure, yes.
It would, right? Yes. So can you just explain for us that tether, and then I'll ask a follow-up on the procurement.
Sure. Thanks, Chair. And I still want to get to the question about the landscape, right? And that's where the cybersecurity, but I'll answer your question first before we move to that. So when you use the example SAP, you're talking about ERP systems, enterprise resource planning systems. Now, enterprise resource planning system is used by more than one organ of state. So it then would classify to be a type of solution that's a mandatory. So at the moment, and I'm forced to use IFMS here because IFMS is then the ERP solution for government. So Treasury then owns that as the business owner, and then they drive that. But as SITA, we are working with them to host and execute that depending on their leadership in what we're doing. So in essence, we as government should be working on one enterprise system. At the moment, we've got multiple. Right? Without IFMS, there's multiple systems. And because there's multiple systems, when you're looking at reporting, you have to aggregate information from 20 plus systems. I think the AG would know that, right? And it makes it difficult to report on all those type of things. And then when you come to the broader application space, when we say a application is unique, because times have changed since the Act, since 1999, ICT is not how you perceived it then. An application does not exist on its own. It exists in an ecosystem. That's what you were referring to, because it's supposed to seamlessly share information, to correlate information across government departments in a seamless manner. But unfortunately, as government, we are siloed on the application space. And this is where the organizations like the presidency is driving through the interdepartmental work group, an architecture that looks at how do we bring a platform that allows us to share information between the various systems in government to be able to then be seamless. And generally when you're seamless, we are all here to serve citizens. So citizens' identity is key, meaning if I'm a citizen, when I walk into any government department, they should know me across the value chain, whether it's health, whether it's transport, licensing, departments, whatever you mean. So the point is, how do we become seamless across applications? We are not there, and the idea is to be able to get there. So, Chair, if I come to the cybersecurity space.
No, so last point of interruption. Can you explain your specific role? So is there a procurement governance architecture that's consistently applied throughout? So would you form a subcommittee with a department that want to procure something? Who would be there who makes a final determination on whether, a procurement will go ahead and so on? So I'm just trying to understand that bit, then we can move to cybersecurity. Sure.
At the moment, Chair, the way we engage with customers, or let's say departments or organs of state, the government department or organ of state would come to SITA and say, I have a problem in this area. Can you provide me a solution? Right? So what we call it is a tasking. Government department would task SITA saying, I need a solution to help me in this area. Whether it be in your end user computing, whether it be laptops, whether it be, the first thing we do is we assess this service, is it mandatory or non-mandatory by nature of and then we advise the government department on how to go about doing it. So we would say it's mandatory, SITA has a capability, there's the proposal, we'll provide you the service. If it's not mandatory, then we give the department an option. If we do have a capability in the non-mandatory space, because as I indicated, we have built capability in non-mandatory space as well, the government department has an option, we give them a proposal, they may say, okay, I see it, but I prefer to go to industry. And then if they say they prefer to go to industry, then they're asking for a procurement service, right? That's mandatory, that we then administer. They do the specifications, they work everything out, we just administer the process. Now, the sense mandatory says, in that way, SITA is looking at, are you duplicating things that are common? Because that's why we test, is it a mandatory type of service? Because then it's a common type of service. So in a way, we try to prevent government departments from duplicating things that are common. But then, Chair, this cybersecurity and link to the landscape, I want to bring this question into that. So the question is, I think everybody understands SITA, you're the state agency. So you should be controlling the whole of IT, end to end. That's the feeling that you get when you listen to the media, when people ask questions. The reality is, we did an assessment last year just to try and quantify what is the landscape of SITA across the entire national and provincial government ICT landscape. SITA covers 37% of that landscape, 37%. 63% is managed by government departments themselves with industry, without SITA involvement at all. So then a lot of people will get shocked at that statement, because the understanding is that SITA controls the entire landscape. It doesn't. So that non-mandatory side is quite large, especially in the application space. And that's why I mentioned we need to rationalize applications, because there are duplications in applications across government, and the application space is not rationalized. When SITA was created, the easier services got rationalized, like the network. Simple network everybody gets on is fine. Hostings and data centers, a lot of that is rationalized, but still there's a lot of data centers that are not controlled by SITA, it's controlled by government departments. So those applications that SITA don't maintain and support, government departments do on their own. They generally take that application and host it on the infrastructure controlled by them, or they would go to private sector and put it on the private sector's infrastructure. Now when you do that, now you're exposing government data into an ecosystem that is not protected. When I say not protected, it's not protected by the state. Because if you go into any data center that's owned by the private sector, your data is not secure. You don't even know in some cases whether it's in country or it's not in country, those type of things. Now let's come to the cyber attack part. We get media releases, a government department is attacked. The first question is, SITA, you are responsible for IT. You are responsible to secure services. How come? What's going on? Majority, and I can safely say that when I say majority, I'm talking 99.99% of the time, SITA is not involved, because it's part of the 67% of the landscape, not the 37. Oh, sorry, 63%, not the 37%. But SITA, what we do, every time we hear about that, we reach out to that government department to try and help them to recover from, because cyber attack, you can't say you'll never get cyber attacked. You will get cyber attacked. The question is, how do you recover from being attacked? That's what's important. It's a question of when, it's not a question of if you get cyber attacked. So we help government departments to recover, and then we start talking about, can we help you to then secure your environment? And that's why the assessments, we do it at our own cost at SITA. We assess government departments, we show them where their weaknesses are, and then we even say, this is our proposals in terms of tightening up on that security. So that's how we've been operating, but I hope, Chair, that gives a perspective.
No, thanks very much. So I just want to, and I'll ask the question in a leading way, because I do want us to just talk about, I'll come back to the procurement later on when the members have asked their questions. Sorry, to the cyber security. What I need to understand is, so there is, what you're saying to me is that there are two types of involvement in procurement. So you can provide that service yourselves to a state entity. And that would mean potentially using either your own staff or some technological platform that you control, or both. So that's one. The second part is where they say, we don't like what you're placing on the table, we want to go to market. You then get involved. Now, my specific question was, I just need to understand the governance architecture that provides. So more specifically, do you merely provide technical input by submitting reports, making an assessment, submitting a report, or does it extend to a representative of the SITA sitting on some committee, either at Treasury or any other department, in order to make the final determination? Which of the two is it, or is it both or one?
So it's both, it varies. It depends on the relationship between SITA and that government department. Unfortunately, it stops there. The better relationship we have with government departments, the government departments involve us in their strategies, in their blueprints, in their, and this is where our client-facing, our digital advisory services come in to assist. but in some cases, government departments don't really openly, get SITA involved. And it could be an indictment on our side because maybe they feel we don't have the capabilities to be able to support them. A bit of that, but also there may be other reasons why they don't involve SITA. Thanks, Chair.
If I can add, I think you specifically refer to the governance. In terms of governance, on a procurement side, AMD, it would start with specifications. To a certain extent, SITA would have a role in playing with the department in working out the specifications. There's also the evaluation aspect that would be at SITA, whether the procurement is one that they're procuring, if they're not procuring the solution that SITA is offering, but they want to go to market, but through SITA, that governance would be in place from specification to evaluate together with the department that's looking to procure. All the way, I think when he presented the governance there was a bid adjudication committee at board level, all the way to that particular adjudication committee. But the SITA would be working jointly with the procuring department.
So, Chair, just to make sure we don't SITA plays an administrative role when it's procurement for when they procure from industry, meaning that the government department is responsible for the spec, they decide what's there and so forth. But from a SITA perspective, administration includes the spec being of a nature that it would not cause uncertainty, it would be clear, it would be fair, transparent, all those things. Those are the things that we do from an administration perspective. But from the spec perspective, the government department controls it. There are times when the government department says, SITA, we want to go to industry, but please guide us on the specification. That would be, I'm asking for an advisory service to develop the spec. So we provide them an advisory service to develop the spec. And we do that especially for departments like the police and the defense, because those environments are fully integrated with SITA. All services are provided from SITA. So we are, in essence, are responsible to develop the specifications with them, as opposed to someone else that just decides to do it on their own or involve SITA or not. Thanks, Chair.
All right, thank you. Final question then. So what we'll do is 3 members will ask on different aspects of the themes that we want to discuss about. So I'm going to ask one final question, and then I'm going to give each one of them a turn for a period of about 20 minutes each. Typically, they'll choose how they do it, but the fewer the questions they ask at a time, the better. And I'm just asking for concise answers, not like a long story, concise questions and concise answers. But would I be correct in saying that the SITA's staff and management have a significant influence on government IT procurement in terms of what you've said? So in other words, they may not control the budget, the procurement budget, but the determination of, in instances where the SITA is involved, the determination of who's eventually chosen is done with significant advice. And this is by design. So I'm not making an accusation that by design, they have a significant influence on the final choice because you're the experts, we're not. Would that be a correct characterization?
Yes and no. Sorry, Chair. I have to explain why I say that.
I am happy that you explain.
Yes. So there are a few procurement instruments. When we say transversal panels, and I refer to panels, so what SITA has done on behalf of government, and that's the DCDT, we identify areas where government departments buy stuff often. And I'm going to use 740. You've seen it in the media a few times where you buy laptops. So we create a transversal panel that's out there, and government departments then don't have to come to SITA. They use the panel, and the panel has rules, templates, everything there, processes, it's there. So their procurement environments use the panel to buy laptops. The challenge you have is that SITA then does not have visibility of the process being followed, because the process is followed within the government department, right? So in that case, we've created the panel, we've given the rules and regulations of how the panel should be used, but we've got no control or visibility of how it's being used and the outcome, right? So that's the one side. If you want to use 740 because it's a non-mandatory service, you say, SITA, I want to get laptops, please procure it for us. Then you're buying a procurement service from SITA, then we kick in. We use the same panel, because even SITA can use the same panel for a government department, because it's an instrument for government, but then we manage the process. We then ensure that the right rules and matters associated with the spec and everything are put in place. So that's what I mean by, if you buy a procurement service from SITA, and I'm sorry for using the word buy, but just trying to illustrate, then you control it. But if we create an instrument like a transversal pen, the model that we use now, government departments can use it on their own. And I can promise you there have been many things in the media where there has been problems with that. Thanks.
What happens with bespoke solutions? For, I mean, I'm using bespoke very loosely here, but somewhere in the ERP space, which is not something where you can just say, I need these laptops. So you used a very simple example there, but the jam is usually with this kind of sort of in big initial procurement, repetitive licenses, licensing over time, software updates, etc., etc. How does that work?
Good.
Vis-a-vis the SITA's role?
Yeah, good question, Chair. So you get out-of-the-box solutions, that's what you do, and then you get bespoke, meaning that you won't find you need something different. So here, SITA would then come in from our application space to try to understand how the solution would be developed. So we do user requirements with the client, and then we either would go to market or build, depending on what the client wants, because of mandatory, non-mandatory discussions, whatever it may be. But SITA can involved in the design of the bespoke solution. In some cases, if it's market, then your specification will give the integrated nature of the solution. It could be application plus, because it's not only application, it could be infrastructure, everything in it. And we could take then the spec to market. And then we'll get responses from the market. And in many cases from the market, you got organizations who are prime system integrators. When I say prime system integrators, they are not OEMs, they're not original equipment manufacturers, like Microsoft or people that already have a solution packaged. It's people that can build integrated solutions, and they play in that space. So if you go to market, they will respond, and they will partner with maybe multiple service providers to create a solution and respond to the specification that you published.
So the answer is yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so thanks very much. So three members, I think it's Honorable Kubeka, Honorable Atkinson, and Honorable Neil May. Am I correct? Who are then? So I'm going to hand over to Honorable Kubeka. So you can have an interaction between you. So you don't need to. You can refer to the chair and so on. But I'm just trying to help the conversation flow. So I'm going to hand over to Honorable Kubeka for about 20 minutes to have an interaction with you, and then we'll move on to the next member. We'll take a break in between, but over to you, Honorable Kubeka.
Thank you, Chair, and greetings to the Minister, the DG, and the Chair of the Board, and the rest of the team, and greetings, colleagues. Chair, my questions are largely going to be based on the audit outcomes and the irregular expenditure. that we have at that we see at SITA. I think we just to on a preamble here. I think it's we now largely understand what SITA is about and what SITA does or what SITA's mandate is. And part of the mandate of SITA is to provide basically IT support for government. Now, when you speak about IT and given the stage or where we are as a country, as a world in general, IT is the backbone of many an organization. So to have or to find some of the issues that we find with this organization that we speak of now, that being SITA, we have to say from where we stand, it is a bit worrying. I think the first question that I would have to ask is, can the internal audit unit say that it is fully capacitated and resourced to fulfill its functions? And does it enjoy the full support of the Audit and Risk Committee? I think that's the first question. I would like to ask, Chair, through you, I'd like to ask 2 questions at a time, get the answers, and then we carry on. The second question would be, according to the Audit Risk Committee, what are the root causes of the internal control deficiencies at SITA, and what are the main impediments to addressing these root causes?
Thank you. I would want to welcome the chair of the audit committee to respond to that. Over to you, Advocate.
Oh, thank you so much for the questions. So the internal audit question is really a question that is of interest for everyone, particularly because the internal audit function provides assurance to the audit committee, and that assurance is important. So we have looked at the function, and the internal audit function is fully capacitated at the moment. But there is one problem that we need to highlight. Because of the number of follow-ups that internal audit is supposed to do, there seems to be a bottleneck because of the number of, and it's about 95 or so, of the follow-ups that they need to do to ensure that those findings are verified and confirmed that the AG has raised. So that's the first part of it. The second part, does the internal audit function enjoys the support of the audit committee? Most definitely. The audit committee is there to support the internal audit function, particularly to ensure that the internal audit function is not overstretched. But what was also arranged to ensure that we have an improved audit outcome is to ensure that we have extra access to capacity, but very importantly, we have, as the AMD and the chairperson has mentioned before, prioritize those findings that have an impact on the outcome of the audit, those that are very serious, those that are very significant, so that we can see an improved audit outcome. But in the main, the audit committee and the internal audit function works hand in hand, and there is a very good and well-structured approach to how matters should be looked at. And we also have weekly sessions to ensure that we improve on the number of findings that are resolved or implemented. Thank you, Chair. I'll stop there.
Thank you. I think I'll just add from a capacitation point of view, as he's indicated, in augmenting capacitation, there's also panel of experts that supports internal audit for various things, whether it's investigation or specific reviews that might require certain expertise, and that is available. And also, just to add, in terms of what are some of the impediments that are there, he's indicated that as a board, one of the things that we've done is we've enhanced oversight. in that, what we've done is with the internal audit, the audit findings plan that is being implemented, the AGSA finding, we've enhanced oversight in terms of internal audit, verifying that those things are addressed. Because we did that to ensure that you avoid instances where things are cleared, but when AGSA comes at the end of the financial year, we're back to square one. And that's due to the enhanced oversight, and as he's saying, we're meeting weekly and internal audit reports there. So those are some of the challenges that we're trying to resolve, but there is extra support from and expertise that is there. Thanks.
Yeah, if we can, just to allow the chair of the previous audit committee, the previous chair, just to also add to the picture, because there is two parts to it. Sorry for that, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I know the advocate has painted a good picture that audit function is functional. So then maybe the question would then be, why are we where we are if it is so functional? So I am then here to just explain that gap. Currently it is functional, as the new chair has explained, but in the past there were some challenges within internal audit and there were a lot of vacancies, and for quite the longest time we didn't even have a chief audit executive. Which was most critical to internal audit. So we had people more junior that were acting in internal audit. So that's where some maybe of the weaknesses stemmed from. However, then we did fill the vacancies. Last year we did appoint SCAE, and some vacancies then were filled. I'm just wanted to put it into perspective in terms of how we got to where we are. So currently the status quo now is as the advocate has explained. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. I was about to say that what the chair and I think it's the AMD were saying, it doesn't speak to what we find here, but I think you've just answered that question. Thank you. I think the next question would be, why has the management consistently failed to identify deficiencies and correct them before submitting to the next level during the audit cycle? That's the first question. The second one would be, what plans does the internal audit, as well as the audit and risk committee, have in place to enhance the review of financial statements and the annual performance report?
Oh, thank you so much. So what is important to understand is that the 195 findings are findings that required management to work as early as possible on them. But we have observed that the findings were attended to late, and late in the process, meaning that it wasn't attended to as early as one would have expected. The second part of it is that those control deficiencies and the root causes associated with those control deficiencies are supposed to be addressed in two ways. One, the root cause; the second part, the actual finding. And that is where we then have internal audit to then look at the work that management has done and see if the work that management has done meets the standard that the AG requires in terms of sufficient appropriate evidence, and also if that finding is indeed resolved. But what we now find, because of the time constraints and the number of people in internal audit, is that there is a bottleneck internal audit is trying its very best, and hence we adopted an approach to say, attend to the significant findings first, the one that impacts the audit report, and when you're done with it, you can then attend to the other ones. So that picture that we're painting here is the approach that we followed, and what the chairperson of the audit committee has said, and what the AMD is saying, and what I'm also subscribing to, is that we've now narrowed down. We no longer have a bi-weekly, we have every week oversight, and we've moved from a picture of about 7 or 8 findings that were resolved to over 56. So it means that where we stand, we could land up in the space of 70 something if the system that we are currently looking at is working effectively, so that we can ensure that there's an improved audit outcome. But the last question, which is also very important for us, that you've asked, is also how does internal audit and management and the audit committee ensure that they have good processes in place. And one of those would be the plan that we design for the compilation of the annual financial statements. And only when that plan is looked at properly and that space is granted for internal audit to also do their verification review, then we'll know if some of the other findings which the AG has raised before is indeed addressed. But I must commend internal audit so far and management for the work and the speed at which they have improved the number of, or resolved the number of findings that we had resolved so far.
With your permission, the previous chair, if she can also add as well.
Thank you very much, Chair. I want to concede that indeed over the years we have regressed. If one can look at a particular point in time, AG only raised 3 qualification areas. It was property, plant and equipment, it was intangible assets, and it was commitments. So those were the 3 qualification paragraphs. And there were attempts then to address those, but things went south. And why did things go south? Firstly, it was instability within management itself, because in the past 5 years, you had instability not only at the board level, because at the board level at first, there was administration. There was an administrator within this 5 years, administrator, then there was an interim board, and then there was a board, and then there was another board within this 5 years, and then the other board was reinstated, and then now there's an interim board. So that paints a picture that there's been a little instability within the board itself, and then also instability within executives. In the 5 years, we've had about 6 managing directors. I remember it was Mr. Geise, and then it was and then he left, and then the CFO assumed the role of acting MD, abandoning, unfortunately, then his role of CFO, not by choice, but because he was asked to act as an MD. And then after that, we appointed Mr. Mabaso, Dr. Mabaso, who left, who didn't stay for long, left. That's the 3rd one. Then the 4th one, it was Mr. Ndutule, his internal was acting. And then the 5th one, it was Mr. Zengwa, who left now in February. And then now we have Mr. Gopal, who's also internal, who's acting. So it's 6 AMDs in a period of 5 years. So that's also part of the recipe for disaster. And then also, post-COVID, I believe as well, the working from home did impact later in the efficiencies of SITA. People became used to working from home. It also impacted on the audit and the speed of the AG getting information. That is what was coming to us as the audit committee. So it was a number of factors that affected the audit report. And then in terms of the audit committee working with internal audit, yes, I agree with the advocate. They've been enjoying our support through and through, but things could have definitely been improved. Oh, during that time as well, there's a time the CFO was seconded to the Post Bank, so he was not even at SITA, so that he could still be part of the process and watch over the audit process. So in hindsight, that also impacted on finance and its efficiency. So it was just to draw the picture of what transpired over the years, what could have contributed to these audit outcomes. I think I will end there. Thank you, Chair.
If, with your permission, if I can just, I think you asked a question to say, what is the root cause and the main impediment that findings have not been adequately addressed? I think I'll link it to three things. The advocate, when he was responding, said there hasn't been sufficient time. At SITA, for a number of years, audit has been closed post-PFMA timeline. According to the PFMA, audit must be finalized by July. At SITA, audits are signed off October, November. What that does is it then limits the time available to address the findings. Now, if that incurs a number of years, it then means that the same repeats findings might occur. So that's one of the things that we identified. The next thing that we identified was, and I think the previous audit committee worked on this, was to say, are we addressing the correct root causes? Because if you don't understand, you will address control deficiencies that are actually not addressing the findings. And to the credit of the previous audit committee, they had a workshop with AGSA in November last year, despite the audit having been finalized late. That workshop was to understand root causes. Out of 192 findings, what are the actual root causes? What are the control measures that must be put in place? So that helped in unpacking the current audit action implementation plan that we are busy implementing. The other element that has resulted in this is the fact that we identified that sometimes sign off of these audit findings, to say we've closed audit findings, is actually superficial. And I'll use that word because we've also addressed that with management. Superficial in the sense that by the time that AGSA comes, a function will say we've addressed this finding, but it's actually not addressed. But what's important right now, and it's what the advocate has highlighted, on the 7th of March, because the audit was closed late, the root cause analysis only happened in November. By the first week of March, audit implementation was, as he said, at 7% against the 102 findings. What then required was, how do we ensure that we accelerate, but not only that, ensure there's effective oversight? What we've then done is to say, number one, we elevate the level of accountability in signing off audit findings. What we have done is to say audit findings closing is at executive level. Every executive signs off, not at HOD level, because we wanted to make sure the right people are held to account. The second thing that has then happened was to say an audit finding is not closed until internal audit has signed off. It's part of what the advocate has said in that as part of the effective oversight from a board and audit committee perspective, there are these bi-weekly working committee meetings where the executives as well as internal audit are reporting to the board and indicating progress in that regard. That was necessary to ensure that at least there is a level of progress. What that has resulted to, as highlighted in that particular presentation, is at the end of March, implementation moved to 34%. But that was not adequate. Again, as I've said, this is linked to the fact that audit was closed late. What are we still doing now? We're now in April. It has moved to 53%. Again, it's still not adequate because there's still a number of material audit findings, as she's indicated that the areas of qualification over the years have added up to a point of last 23-24 where disclaimer was issued. There's at a high level. With a limited resource, in as much as he's indicated that, and that's a decision we had to make at a board, as a board, to say internal audit. We understand the restrictions from a time perspective, from a resource perspective, but as part of the priorities, let us prioritize those areas of qualifications and those areas of findings. There's around 65 areas that the AG has highlighted in that particular report out of 192, which are matters affecting and have resulted in the disclaimer that we're in now. And one of the things that we've done is to say, we should ensure that in clearing and in verification and in resource allocation from internal audit, we prioritize those areas. It is the only way in which, with the short time that we have, we can improve the audit outcome. However, another important undertaking that we've made is to say we need to close this particular audit for 24-25 cannot be closed in November, because we'll be in the same position next year to move eventually this audit opinion and to improve the overall control environment. One of the undertakings, and we've also, AGSA, if you invite them to talk, we've also said to them, we want to make sure from an oversight perspective that we can close the 24-25 audit within a reasonable time that will ensure that we are able to progressively move towards an unqualified audit opinion and a clean audit opinion. I think I just thought that that perspective is also important.
All right, thank you.
Apologies, Chair, with your permission, I think I want to add to this conversation, particularly regarding one of the root causes, which from our observation, just based on the interactions we've had with the AG, was around the unreliability of information from SITA with regards to the audit outcomes, particularly on repeat issues that they've raised consistently previously. And while the Chair has touched on that, I think there's an opportunity, Chair, to also check, to add on interventions that from a leadership perspective you're putting in place to address the issue of the unreliability of information that has been one of the primary causes of concern from the Auditor General with regard to the audit outcomes. Thanks, Chair.
I think if you look on the disclaimer, one of the things that is clear is the fact that, for instance, with financial statements last year, the review that should have taken place at management level did not. It's clear with the findings that are there. What have we done right now to make sure the same does not happen? As part of the audit readiness plan that we've requested from management, we have ensured, number one, once finance has finalized their review, CFO obviously would have to sign off, again, to ensure accountability in handing over to internal audit. Internal audit is going to review and ensure that, and CFO will have to make sure that that is implemented. I think the key thing is to ensuring that there's a level of accountability. There was weakness in that particular regard, and we're ensuring that once your signature is on it, you've taken ownership as an executive. It means that if there are things that you were supposed to do that have not happened, surely that would then ensure that the necessary decisions are then taken in that particular regard. And one of the things that we've resolved, we are not, as this particular board, going to look at a set of financial statement, a set of an APP that's going to AGSA that is not accompanied by sign off from the chief audit executive as well as the CFO from an accountability perspective. I just thought I would add that.
Thanks. So, Honorable Kubeka, one more question. And I'm indulging you with a few more minutes in doing so.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, the audit action plan was not implemented effectively. Timelines were not adhered to. The material misstatements were not appropriately corrected. And the pervasive nature of these misstatements has rendered the entire set of financial statements to be unreliable. I think Minister just spoke to that with the unreliable information being submitted. I think the next two questions and the last one is, Chair, with your indulgence, of course. What type of oversight does the board and the executive authority provide in terms of the audit action plans that had been put in place? That's one. And number two, what is the status of the implementation of the recommendations that have been made by AGSA? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I'll talk to the oversight again. It might be there might be an element of repetition. as I've said, because of the unsatisfactory status of implementation that we noted at the end of March, we had to accelerate. Accelerate meant forming a working committee. It ordinarily does not happen of the board that would sit on a bi-weekly. Now we've accelerated that to weekly. Weigh in management, internal audit, reports into that. And that's what we have done right now. And again, is to make sure that we move the outcome that we have. And in terms of the status, I think, as I've indicated, at the end of March is at 34%, not ideal. At the end of April, it was at 53%, not ideal. The reason I say not ideal, a lot of the times when you implement audit findings, you are supposed to ensure that they are implemented during the financial year so that from a control perspective and what is happening during the year, they are embedded. We are now at a situation wherein, because some of them are being implemented post the financial year end, we're now working on those material ones that would impact the financial statement so that at financial statement preparation, we at least get to reliable numbers. So there is that particular weakness that we acknowledge, and that is why, as I've said earlier, we want to make sure we close this particular audit in time, because the controls we've implemented now, they have to be embedded in monthly reporting, quarterly reporting, half year. We should get to a point where we're preparing interim financial statement for this particular organization. It's not there yet, and we need to get to that. Audit Chair, I'll ask you to add as well.
Thank you, Chair. So, yes, the Chair, we agree. And what we do at these weekly meetings is to interrogate item by item, and we also ask on that specific finding if there's supporting evidence to support it, and by when will it be cleared. We've moved some of the unrealistic dates to much more closer so that they can fit in time of the May submissions. But what we've also done is to ask internal audit to assist us to confirm if this specific finding was accepted, the implementation thereof, or if it was rejected. If it is rejected, we want the reason, and we also want to know by when will this specific finding be resubmitted to internal audit for verification. So it's quite a stringent process that the chair has highlighted, and it's quite an involved process so that we can ensure that we at least move from a disclaimed position to qualification, and we also want to reduce the number of qualification areas of qualification that we currently have on our books.
Sorry, Chair, with your indulgence. So, Chair, I'll just let you know, have the officials working in supply chain management been vetted? And have they undergone lifestyle audits?
I will. Currently, there's because for lifestyle audits, there's actually it's one of the on the audit internal audit plan to look into that. But what was important from a governance perspective is you need to have a policy that governs that. So,
sorry, Chair. So it's not done.
No, I'm just trying to explain from a governance perspective. The AMD will talk to whether it's done or not. What we needed to do from a governance perspective was let's have a policy that defines and governs the whole lifestyle audit element, and that policy we currently are waiting from internal audit. However, we are aware there were lifestyle audits that were done, and I would want to invite the AMD to talk to that.
No, thanks, Chair. Lifestyle audits are done, and vetting is done to every employee that joins SITA. It's at standard. Thanks.
Thanks, Honorable Kubek. So can I ask, and I will need the previous board chairs, the chair of the audit committee prior, and the chief financial officer. I understand that the CFO, you've been there for some time, if I'm correct. So the fundamental problem appears to be nearly non-existent record keeping. How did that come about? Because it's, and I've gone through the audit report. In many of these instances, you see there's an inability to provide reliable information. So what I want to know, did this ever come up as an issue for the executive committee first, and secondly, for the board. And I also want to understand what drives it.
No, thanks, Chair. So definitely you're on point. I think to bring it to a little bit more detail, it's not that there are no records. There are records, but it's fragmented in a way that it is stored and kept. It's a hard point to make as an IT company, but that's the way it is, which we are addressing, and maybe I would give to the CFO to maybe just expand on that. CFO?
Thank you. Just to confirm, Chair, so we definitely do have a record management system in place. I think the main issue is they are decentralized. They are disintegrated. So one of the biggest challenges during the audit is that you have about 3 days to provide information that is requested. Now, if you've got 100 of those that are requested and you are meant to give them in 3 days and you must go to different systems, you end up not making the time that's within the stipulated agreed terms with the AG. So that has been the main one, and what we have done in the current year is to bring those documentations together in one central repository. More specifically on the expenses, we've got a system that we've developed, and so far it's working. We should make it easier for us to be able to provide the requested information within the 3 days that is stipulated. But the main thing is that they were decentralized, they were not integrated, which posed a challenge in the timelines. So if you have the luxury of time to provide information, you'll be able to provide it. But if you are limited by the 3 days, I think that's where the main issue arose, Chair. Thank you.
So, sorry, before, and I'm going to come to the role of the board. So this is not a one-off problem. Firstly, and I understand that the way the Auditor General operates is consistent throughout. So it doesn't fall on anyone's mouth to say the period stipulated for the availability of the information are too short. Everybody will make the same complaint, right? I expect that there is an audit plan which prepares the institution for the beginning of the audit, and that the audit period is stipulated from beginning to end, and that information needs to be available when it is required. And in that context, 72 hours is not an unreasonable period when you have planned for those information requests, right? So that's the first. The second thing is that this appears to be a multi-year problem, and I'm assuming that you've had regard for the audit report itself, because the nature of the problem, unfortunately, doesn't fall into the WhatsApp. It falls into in an accounting capacity and financial record keeping capacity, the correct categorization of information. It's not just a fragmentation. If you're not able to provide information on revenue from exchange transactions, it's a systemic problem, right? Cost of sales, and we can dig into the minute detail if you want. But I think at a principal level, what I am hearing, what I'm seeing, is that there's a lack of, basically the way the information is kept and synthesized is defective, firstly. There is no audit planning, and consequently, when the information is required by the AG, nobody is able to provide it. When I was asking how does that come about, what I really want to know, is it because the rules are not there in terms of what people report on, how information is recorded, what people report on, how regularly, how you prepare for audits and so on. In other words, do we have a leadership and management problem? Fundamentally, I do not accept the period of request story at all. So that's what I'm trying to get at. So when you answer that question, the question for the board is, what's the point of having an audit committee if planning for an audit doesn't take place? So I need your help from the CFO. What is it that wasn't taking place?
Chair. Sorry, Chair. Chair, I too am not happy with the response from the CFO. SITA is an IT department, basically. SITA is IT. Now, if CFO is telling us that within 72 hours, they don't have enough time to gather information, all of that information shouldn't be at a click of a button? This is SITA. I'm not happy with that. I think I agree with you, Chair. OCFO, please indulge us.
No, thank you, Chair. So, Chair, I think first thing is definitely us being SITA, there is that expectation that we should be the best of the best. And unfortunately, where we are not there. I don't want us to come here and act like we are the best when it comes to storing of that information. So we have identified challenges in the system themselves. We have accepted that information is not necessarily stored in a manner that will make it easier for us to provide it to the AGSA timelessly. And one of the root causes that was raised as we're engaging with the AGSA, it is how information has been stored. And it's one thing we accepted that there are deficiencies in that. And part of the audit action plan is to really address, to make sure that going forward, we do address that point. I think the second point that was also a limitation was also lack of capacity within the finance environment. So that has been subsequently addressed, and as part of the plan that we have now, we are confident that we should be able to meet the expected timelines of the audit, while at the same time we are improving our systems that we utilize to store information. So it's a matter that was a challenge in the past, and I think we've gotten a handle of it with the additional capacity and how we've improved the systems that we should be able to provide the necessary information that we are looking at. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thanks. So I understand. I understand that English is not our first language. So I'm going to make a proposition to you because I don't want to misread what you are saying. So early in my career, I worked for an organization I won't name. If you were ordering anything, you filled in a purchase order form. You wrote on the gray one on top. Below that was a green one. Below that was a pink one. And underneath was a yellow one. And each of them went to various departments. So you'd go to your boss, depending on this is back in the day. You'd go to your boss and he or she would sign the authorization for you to procure what you needed to procure. One of those you kept. One stayed with supply chain. The other went to accounts payable. I cannot remember where the other one went. All of that is in place in order to ensure that the same information is available across. That's information systems management, right? It was manual back then. We've now had the benefit of SAP and Oracle and all of these wonderful things where you're able to do that. The reason I'm telling this story is because I want to understand what you mean by how information is stored. You see, here's where the deficiency would be. If the people who manage the financial information system do not know what information needs to be stored and how, so that you can arrive at a point where you're able to account for it, that would then be your fundamental problem. Not a storage issue. I don't want us to sit here and say it was stored in the wrong place and that kind of thing. I am trying to understand what was systemically broken that makes it difficult for you to provide that information. So my understanding is that, exchange transactions is when you do one thing, basically there is an exchange, and I guess this would be within the government space where government departments are supposed to, and if I'm incorrect, tell me, where you provide a service to the government, they're supposed to pay you, so it's not free. Is that correct? So they don't get the service, or you don't carry this on your own budget, they are supposed to pay you. It appears to me that the recordal of this revenue as a specific category was not taking place. And therefore you couldn't unscramble the egg when the audit had to take place. So what I'm trying to understand is what's systemically broken. It's great to talk about what's going to be done in future, but I need to understand what it is that was broken. And when you talk about capacity, didn't you have people? Were there managers that should have been there that were not there? Was there a vacancy rate issue, etc.? Can you enlighten the committee? Because I don't want us to move away to the what's going to be done without understanding what was broken specifically.
Attempt again, Chair. No, thank you, Chair. Maybe just to explain what I mean by storage issues, is that we've got different pieces of information that confirms when the service is fully rendered. So we're in a position where we're able to bill our customers. Use an example of the revenue. So when I say information, maybe it's disintegrated or it's not stored centrally. You'll find one piece of information is sitting with the unit that was a national consulting, for example, when they were engaging the client. That's like the taskings and them. Then you get another piece of information that will be a sign off when the service is rendered. It's also sitting at a different environment. You'll get documentation that gets sent to finance when the billing is happening. There's also another piece of information. So what we have done, maybe the deficiency, is that all of that information is not stored at the central place where if the AGSA give me, we're selecting this item, we want all this supporting documentation that confirms that the service has been rendered. Some of it are stored manually. Then we have to then go through all the different environments to try and then support that transaction. And I think when I say disintegrated, that's what I mean by storage maybe. It's not that it's not there. It's just sitting at different places. So it means the internal control around that, definitely that's what needs to be improved. And that's what we've been working on. So it's there, but at different places, some of it is manual. It's not even sitting on system themselves. And I think it's those things that we're looking at to see how we can close so that if they ask for one transaction, we go to one place, we press a button, we can get all those supporting documentation that proves that that service has been rendered and we were in a position to recognize that related revenue. I think that's the fundamental challenges that we had when it comes to supporting our transactions.
Okay, thank you. So how long has that persisted for? I mean, basically we've been operating like that since forever, basically. So that's what you're saying. We're only doing something about it now. It's clear. It's not a 2023, 24 problem.
Yes.
It's a historical problem.
Yes,
so in other words, those different color carbon copies are all over the show. Some information is electronic, some of it is manual and that kind of thing. Okay.
Unfortunately.
So let me ask. The former chair of the audit committee is here, am I correct or not? Okay. What the CFO has just told us, have you been aware of it?
Yes, Chair, we have been aware of it, including the board, because the board has been hammering management to say, but we can't be so paper-based at this day and age. Unfortunately, maybe the response time was not as desired, but we were aware of that, Chair. And Chair, I fully agree that the issue of 3 days for information is a non-issue. It's things we've raised as well to say, but when you get a request for information, you will know when there's certain information, not all of it, there's certain information that may take longer. Go and negotiate with the AG, and AG has been reasonable to allow if it's going to be longer. But unfortunately, it became a norm rather than an exception that information would take longer than the 3 days. And then also, Chair, just to add, the other challenge which was raised during the audit was that management would say their complaint, which we discussed with AG, would be that sometimes the AG changes the goalpost. For instance, if they're testing maybe payments or expenditure, they will give the necessary information. However, then during the testing, AG will then say, I want to go a step further or backwards to actually go back and start at procurement stage, which now they're testing something else. So which would sometimes be the reasons why the information would take longer, because procurement itself is tested separately, but now it ends up being also included in other assertions or other line items that are being tested. So it's a multiple of reasons why there was information delay, but also we are conceding that there is a problem of record management, which we have been raising and we have been frustrated with. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So was there a time during, can you switch off your mic? Was there a time during your tenure where management presented a budget to the board where you were there?
Yes, Chair, there were times they did present a budget to the board. In fact, there was even a time that they promised us that procurement itself, it would start being digital, because sometimes the irregular expenditure stems from information that can't be found. Then they promised us that we would start digitalizing. I know the former chair, Ms. Mosidi, was passionate about that, to say other entities are doing it. And as an IT person herself would say, but we're doing it at PIC, we're doing it elsewhere. So, but the appetite, or maybe the speed, or the urgency, unfortunately, was not there with management.
So thank you for that. In fact, I'm going to a different place with the question, and I promise it's my last because we need to break and give the other members a chance. The reason I'm asking this is that if this is an old systemic problem, I would expect that at some point when the budget is presented, it addresses this issue that we've just been canvassing here. And what I really want to know is whether there was that discussion, because it would appear to me then that each time management presented a budget, the issue of information systems management, is it right across the estate, was not addressed, and that budget was nonetheless approved. Which means when the AG comes, you're going to have the same problem recurring. Now, I'm trying to understand whether that conversation then was canvassed in the board, because if the organization brings a budget to the board for approval with various presentations, maybe to some subcommittees before it gets to main board, there's got to be a conversation about this thing that is creating a reputational and governance problem for the organization. Did that take place?
If my memory serves me correctly, Chair, that did take place. Those conversations did take place. But there was no appetite with management to implement, because we never had financial issues. Our problems were not finances, but our problems were as they are, maybe lack of urgency by management, and also maybe just internal control problems. So as I said, the chair was even passionate about it. Those discussions did come to the board, but unfortunately they did not transfer into actual systems being put in place.
Thanks. So, Chair, I'd like you to weigh in here, because I am concerned with that answer. I'll come to you. Here's why I'm concerned with it. The board is the accounting authority. Would I be correct? And ultimately, the buck would stop with the board. And after the board is then the minister, right? Whoever is minister at the time. And if management fails to address a strategically important issue, the answer cannot be there was no appetite. You know what I mean? So I'm trying to understand, and this is where you need to help the committee, because we're trying to get to the systemic problem here. So management has no appetite. What does that mean? They said no, they presented a budget, and you guys were like, oh, well, they didn't address it, maybe next time. But please, guys, do it. But was that the sum total of the conversation? I'd like you, Chair, to step in, because I don't understand how we are here today when there were instances where there was a budget presented to the board and that budget appears to have been approved without a strategically important defect being addressed?
Sorry, Chair, maybe before the Chair comes, it's not just the issue of appetite. If you can remember in my earlier presentation, you would have this MD and with certain expectations. Then a few months down the line, you've got a whole different team altogether. So that also contributed, but I'm not taking away the answer from the Chair. Thank you.
Chair, thank you. And I think the audit chair covered it adequately. So year on year, I think even if you look at the historical budget of SITA, it has always featured in the budget. So the management will make a commitment that we are going to automate and digitize. And for some reason, there will be a failure to have done so. Perhaps we can attest it to competency or capability. I don't think management didn't have appetite, but also the instability, it does have an impact on what should happen. If you look at the SITA structure, Chair, there is a role for a chief information officer who should actually look at the processes within SITA, that they are working as they should, and those controls are flowing as they should. I don't think you have filled the position yet. I think it has been vacant for quite some time. So I would attest it to that, Chair, because even when the MDs that she is referring to that we've had over the years, all of them, they would come in and actually put in a management team to look at the audit process. Even when we approve the budget, we'll make sure that it's actually covered, but it wouldn't actually come through. Just the last comment, Chair, I think the MD yesterday, I was following up on this, and he said, you know, he made a sign that by September, they should actually go over 80% of digitizing those processes, and he's hoping that they will actually be. I don't know if the MD would like to add on to that, but I think there is focus on it, and we can only attest it to historical incompetencies and instability. Thanks.
Okay, now we can canvass those matters later. Honorable Beasley, I saw your hand up because we need to take a break. So Honorable Atkinson and Neil May.
Thanks, Chair. I just wanted to highlight there are other ex-board members here too, and they need to answer too, because otherwise they just chair for free rides. So I think the Chair, but there's another board member, that previous board member, that should answer that question, because I think it's a very pertinent question.
No, it's them. It's them answering. The
board member, ex-board member that has.
Oh, I see. Okay, no, we'll take that into account. Okay, Honorable Maduna.
No, thanks, Chair. Good morning, Chair. Due to time, I won't be. I'll just say good morning to everyone. No, Chair. I think the reason why I'm raising a hand is that I'm finding a problematic answer from the former audit committee chair. Why I'm saying that? If you say that the management said that HE is changing a goalpost, I think that's a bit problematic. I will say it in twofold. Why I'm saying so. One, the management doesn't determine for HE its audit procedures and scope. Therefore, I think me and her, that we know. The HE determined its scope based on risk the processes that they would have performed in the control environment of a particular organization. So I think that was a wrong statement from the management as well. So you can't determine for HE how they should test you and why they must test. Secondly, Chair, you see, even in a manual process, when you are storing tender document, you start from the day you were advertising. They become an advert. They become an advert, obviously, will show you the opening date, when you advertise, when you closed. It will tell you which committee set when from the specification. Sorry, actually the first document that you would find there, you would have a specification. That will tell you when specification set, who was there in the specification, they were appointed correctly until when you get an appointment letter that would be signed by MD. So even the argument that because they've been a change of MD, that's why you can't provide particular information to HE, that is a wrong argument. I think we need to correct these things. That's a wrong argument because the MT just signed off the appointment letter in the they don't sit in all these committees. So if you say you don't have that information, you can't say it was because the MT was changed or what and all those arguments. That argument doesn't hold substance. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. So I think that was an assertion from Honorable Matuna rather than a question. Look, I'll come back again later at the end, right? Because I recognize we've been here 2 hours and we need to take a body break until 11:15. When we come back, Honorable Atkinson will do the same thing Honorable Kupeka did. I won't intervene in between. And then Honorable Neil May. And then, and then we will deal with follow-ups. Thank you. We adjourn until 11:15. Honorable members, I see there's a GNU forming there with the. There is a GNU forming there.
We've co-opted the MKP.
Yes, yeah.
Others might be considering to step over.
Honorable members, thank you very much. So can I just ask a very simple question? You know, I noted when, Chair, you were speaking, you kept saying you're making sure things get signed. Were they not being signed before? We assumed in the normal course they would be. I don't want to leave this hanging as something that is implied.
Thank you, Chair. I think one thing of us being here is to account and account truthfully. So maybe I'll start by also rounding up on the previous one and also link it to what you've said. We know that there are entities that are not automated, but as you said, AG audits, and they would still be able to give records in 3 days within the allowed time, and they would end up with an unqualified audit opinion. Now, the issue is it a matter of a system issue? There's another element, which is the accountability and the human element of it. And as I'm saying, when we came in, we then realized that to a certain extent, it then becomes important. If you're going to hold someone to account, and that's what we've decided as a board, you need to sign it off, because if you've signed it at this level of accountability, we can then take action. To an extent, there's a misrepresentation. To an extent, you are not fulfilling your responsibilities. And that's why I was saying it then became important. And I think I'll also link it up to the fact that, and it's the accountability aspect of it. I think when we engage with the AG, for the audit of 24-25, around the 13th of March, they alerted us that the request of information, RFIs, are not being submitted. They are overdue. If you check the audit report of 23-24, there's limitation of scope due to records not being submitted and information. And sometimes it's not because that information is there. And I think this latest engagement has proved that the information is there. It's just the responsible officials understanding this is my responsibility, I need to do what I'm hired for. And Akins and the AG is in the room since that particular time. Part of the working committee, we even following up on those things. There has to be a report to say what is outstanding from what AGS has requested. And I can tell you, Chair, that has gone down significantly, which shows that it's a level of accountability. And I think, and I can say from a management perspective and the oversight body.
Okay, no, I get the context. Thank you. Honorable Atkinson, let me not take any more of your time. Thanks.
Thank you very much to the Minister and to the board members and all the members of SITA here today. And thanks for your presentation. Mr. Gopal, I'll be watching with great interest to see what the audit outcome is next year after the comments you made about the way that you're actually trying to deal with all the issues that the Auditor General picked up on the report. So I'm glad to see that there's, even if it's just an acting board in place, but that there are people who do seem to be taking it seriously with regards to dealing with Auditor General issues. I can see why it was lacking in the past, because there was just a big blank there when it came to board or people responsible or whatever. So we're really hoping that when you come back here next year, we see a much better audit outcome than the one that we see at the moment. Thank you. The other question I wanted to ask, you spoke about mandatory services and non-mandatory services. I wonder if you could just give a little bit more clarity about that. And also, if you have your own in-house developers, whether if you provide systems for government, whether they are purchased from the market or whether SITA actually has its own in-house developers that actually develops the systems themselves.
Thanks for the question. From a mandatory, non-mandatory perspective, just to come back again, so our highest level is mandatory is common type of services. So I used the network as example. Then we got data center services. So in other words, hosting of government data. So that is also mandatory. And then we go to security. So in other words, any type of security service or solution should be done by SITA. And then we go to things like advisory types of services, research, linked to specifically common type of solutions is in the SITA space. So those are the key ones. And like I said, when you go over then to the LAN side of it, so on a network, you have the core network, and then you have a local area network. So we're sitting in this room, the infrastructure in this building and the Wi-Fi that you get in this building is local area network. When it breaks out of a building, you go into the core network. So the local area network, at the moment, the way it's managed, each government department is doing its own. It's considered non-mandatory. But in the essence of how IT works, it should be mandatory because it is part of the network end-to-end. Because you can't only secure the core, and then you don't secure the local area. Most of your attacks come from the local area network. So there are some the ways that the act is interpreted that causes a little bit of confusion on certain types of things, and I think that's why the SITA Act and regulations really need to be looked at to be more clear, more focused, and I think there's plans to try and get that done. Thanks. Then, do we have developers? Most definitely, we do. Do we have the capacity and the skill sets looking at the fast-changing pace of what ICT requires? The answer is no. One of the key things we identified is SITA has not focused on research, R&D, research and development. So we seem to be focused on maintaining current systems. So we got, if I give numbers, we are about 700 people in the application development environment and maintenance. Now, when you look at that capability, majority of them are focused on maintaining current systems, where we need to build the capability to look at coming up with solutions for the future and those type of things. So we've definitely put that in place, and we trying to now get the momentum in that space, because it's very important for government to have its own capability on solutions, because we need to own the IP, we need to protect government data. There are places where we can use out-of-the-box systems from industry, but there are cases where we can't, especially when it comes to security cluster and those type of applications. So we do have, and we are growing that capability. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay. So the following question from that is, we're all aware of the capabilities of IT in South Africa, private IT services. I mean, the Cape Town Stellenbosch Axis is apparently in the top 10 fintech developers and providers in the world. Okay. We know the capabilities of South Africans as far as IT is concerned. I mean, we're amongst the very best in the world. So that's why it's always like a little bit of a mystery that as the State Information Technology Agency, you guys struggle so much, because there is so much out there in South Africa. You could understand if it was another country where we actually just didn't have that kind of ecosystem, but we've got that ecosystem in spades. So the next question is, what about public-private partnerships, and what about actually being more aware of what people are developing at the moment so you can advise government? So what I'm saying is to be proactive rather than reactive. So rather than waiting for government to come to you and say, you know, this is what we need, to be aware of what's being developed out there in the market, because there's really cutting-edge stuff that's being done all the time. And you really should be ahead of the curve on that.
You're 100% correct. Public-private partnerships are key. Yeah. We cannot always be reinventing the wheel. I mean, you'll be behind the curve all the time if you do that. But I think in what you're saying, what is key is we need to focus on local solutions. And when we focus on local solutions, the security aspect of it becomes a lot better than the other country solutions. So if you look at that service improvement plan that I presented, the partnerships are there. So we've got plans to focus in that area to look at how we then partner with industry, revenue sharing models, but trying to be focused on local. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. And then maybe just a question for the Minister. Just hearing about some of the issues with SITA, and particularly this issue about not having a proper IT-based system as far as your internal records are concerned. You know, there's lots of paper. How can a government department really rely on you for their systems when SITA itself is unable to actually provide its own system? And the other point as well is that we all know that corruption festers in darkness. And when I'm talking about darkness, making all your systems online and easily accessible is obviously the antidote to corruption. So I'm hoping that by the time we meet here next year, that all your internal systems will have been automated, that this won't be an issue any further in 12 months' time about the fact that there's not a proper internal system in SITA.
Thanks very much, Honorable Atkinson. Look, I think the Chair said something very important which must always inform interactions with Parliament, with that when we account, we do so openly and honestly. And that is not a caveat for abdication. But I think it is well recognized that, in fact, it is unthinkable that the one resource within the architecture of government somehow is unable to have a system of digitized record keeping that seems so basic to so many of us in this room, particularly enhancing the levels of accountability. And I don't want to dramatize interactions in here, but there is a degree of a lack of accountability, Chairperson, with regards to certain things that should have happened, particularly instruments of internal controls, to ensure that things that seem as basic as the establishment of proper internal controls for accounting are in there. And it would seem, just based on the observations and even the interactions from various tenures of the board, that the lack of accountability, perhaps aggravated by the frequent changes which have been highlighted that happened either at ministerial level or at board level, that those then provided an arena for opportunism, even for nefarious and mischievous things to happen. And these interventions, and there are interventions, some of which started in the 6th administration around the department having an integrated audit team that looks across our portfolio of entities, because beyond SITA there are 9 other entities, in terms of what measures do we put in place to strengthen that so that we have proper audit outcomes. And those are ongoing, and they will help enhance good governance. Additionally is, earlier this year we also held a governance, accountability and delivery workshop, because we're concerned, based just on the aegis observations about the status of audit outcomes, the state of good governance around the portfolio, that while there is some positive signs in some entities, the general state of the portfolio is worrying. And what best practice can we draw from those entities that either regressed and those that have made significant progress so that they can have outcomes that we own? And I'm optimistic that the combination of those interventions going forward will strengthen how we account. It's not going to be an overnight. It's not going to be an overnight change, because we're also dealing with systematic and institutionalized things that need to be corrected, and there is progress being done to that end. But I thought it's very important, Chair, to mention that sometimes the non-existence of basic architecture is not a reflection of incompetence or non-professionalism. Is deliberately to distort accountability. and that's what the AG's report allude to, and that's what the sentiments from the boards also allude to, and that's what the observations even of the department's own oversight unit point out to, because there have been interactions, from the department's oversight branch regarding the weak internal controls that have continued to contribute to the state of the audit outcomes that the AG raised. But we also have a responsibility in conjunction to that to institute proactive measures going forward to ensure that we minimize the repetition of those and that we begin to do the right way. And I think the sentiment that the board is sharing now, even though it's about future action or ongoing action, which doesn't address what previously happened, showcases the potential that it has in reversing some of the wrongdoing and things that were not done properly. Thanks, Chair.
Just moving briefly onto the board, we know it's an interim board. What has been done to get a permanent board in place?
I believe that's the minister should.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yes. Chair, I didn't want the interim board chair to start talking about pay grades and things below or above theirs. The question to that is where the process is now is we are finalizing the selection panel for going through the shortlisting and the appointment of that board. That process of doing the public call out, the applications took longer than anticipated because of also internal capacity constraint within our state oversight unit. But we are ready to start with the process of the shortlisting that will then lead to the formal appointment. It is dependent on two processes. Appointments of board ultimately also go through Parliament, cabinet for cabinet approval. And often when departmental processes are done and concluded, we then don't determine, we have no control over the duration of what that process of consultation with cabinet will take, because it has to go through cabinet committee first and then ultimately cabinet. But it is ongoing, and it is a stage where we in fact we will finalize the selection panel by the end of this week, and then they will start going through the CVs, doing the shortlisting and the recommendation for the appointment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thanks. Okay, and then just moving on now to questions of value for money, of money spent and percentages of contracts actually completed. We're all aware of the budgetary constraints in South Africa. We've just been through our VAT crisis, but the government is short of money. So obviously everything we're looking at the moment is we're trying to see that we're going to get value for money out of all our spending. And things where we see 97% of contracts money spent and only 50% delivered is a big worry for us. So I just want to ask you some specific questions around that. On Program 1, we have exactly that, 97.9%, 2.7 billion of the allocated budget with only 50% of the target achieved. So just to remind you, Program 1 is thought leadership and service delivery. Could you maybe explain how only half of that's been delivered, but you've basically paid almost the entire amount budgeted for that? And then secondly, we'll just ask these two together. SITA overspent on most of the programs, mainly due to unplanned activities, which resulted in additional costs being incurred. What is the nature of these unplanned activities that have resulted in overspending on the programs like skills and capability development, overspent by 372 million, but only achieved 50% of the target, and financial sustainability overspent by 150 million, but only achieved 25% of the target? So we'd just be interested to get some of your views on that. Thanks.
Thank you. I would want to welcome AMD. Can you talk to the first one on Program 1?
Thanks, Shay. On thought leadership and service delivery, I think we are looking at a CAPEX allocation on a yearly basis that SITA then spends to build capability. So that's one part of it on the service delivery side. But there's also matters associated to training and development and things that happen there. One of the Achilles heels that we have is that SITA also follows the same procurement process as all government departments. So the same process that government department SITA uses. And the shortcomings of that procurement process also affect us. So you'll find that we have capital budget allocated, but we don't spend as fast as we should. And that delays a lot of programs in doing that. But I think some of them we managed to get right in terms of training people. So those type of contracts are in place, to build capacity and stuff. But predominantly, your capex spend to improve infrastructure, to modernize infrastructure, to secure as we improve our cybersecurity resilience. We get delayed because of our own procurement processes being taking long. And that's why our focus is on trying to definitely automate our procurement and be able to improve those processes, because not only does it affect the entire government, it also affects our ability to create capability fast enough for government. Thanks.
Then just to follow on that, that first one that I highlighted there about the thought leadership, where you basically spent 97%, but only 50% have been delivered. How will you complete that contract? I mean, has that money all been paid out and the services are still due to be rendered, or are we going to be overspending on that as a matter of interest?
So when you look at the objectives in that category, some of the objectives in that category is operationally funded. It's not funded by CAPEX, so it's kind of people's time, people's labor getting involved. Whatever we get contractually, we pay for whatever has been provided. We are definitely managing scope. So most of our projects that we put in place, we may not spend and maybe carry over and then we use from the next year, but we don't end up overspending on budgets. We have to manage that. It's done in a very effective manner in terms of the way we manage our finances. So the only challenge that I think when you look at the difference is that it's not a direct relation. So in other words, some of it is going to happen by default. There's no money required, whereas others have a strong financial component. So there's no direct relationship, if you get what I'm trying to say. Thanks.
Okay. And then another issue, which goes very much to my first comments about the way SITA operates as a government institution versus how it happens in industry out there, was this issue that it took SITA 123 days on average to conclude external procurement processes from their clients. What is the root cause for this delay, and what is SITA doing to address the situation? Because obviously the failure to timely to procure information technology related services on a timely basis is affecting government's ability to be able to do what they need to do. And as we all know, the IT market is a very fast moving market, and if the delays are long enough, it might have expired, the value of it might have expired. So, certainly we know government moves slowly generally, but this is one area of government that can't move slowly. So I'd like to know your response on that.
This is a very complex one, and thanks for the question. I think it's the heart of a lot of the things that have been said, over the past couple of months. So if you look at the current procurement life cycle, the initial part, that's even before you enter the procurement process, is what is it that we want? So that word specification, it's about, do I understand the business problem? Do I understand the let's say the bill of materials that are required to then develop a solution that can solve that business problem? Often we sit back and forth between government department and SITA to try and figure out what is this thing that we want to buy. Right? So when government departments say SITA is delayed, there's a part that happens before you even start procurement. Procurement is a mechanism that says, this is what I want, please go and get it. If you take a year back and forth to try and decide what you want, it may seem that procurement is delayed, but it's not procurement. There's a part up front. Then when you look at the procurement process itself, firstly, we know it's manual, and it cannot be manual. We have to automate, right? And I'll use an example just to give a view of how bad it can be. So one of the transversal contracts, 11A3, has a panel of service providers that government can use to get services from. You get more than 1,000 responses. 1,000 responses manually. 1,000 files. I've got some pictures if you're interested of what it looks like. It's not acceptable. We have to automate so that those things come into the system, because immediately you can say, if you have to evaluate 1,000 files, how many people do you need? How long does it take? Not to mention what you spoke about earlier on, the chances of things going wrong there. Documents getting lost or whatever, right? So you have that up front. I'm taking an extreme case, but I'm just trying to explain that thing. Then, once you finish screening that, you determine these are the responses. Then it goes into an evaluation process. Evaluation process, depending whether it's through or from SITA, government departments evaluate because they would have maybe done the specification. When you got to look at their availability. They are not available as soon as you say, I want to evaluate, come today. They may have other issues. So you have those problems coming in. Then after you evaluate, you then have to do an audit, a probity. Now, SITA, to just make sure there's assurance, we go and get external auditors on big value contracts. And that has to be done. And the firm that comes on board has to go through the entire process. From the time the business case was put together, the specification was developed, they go through the entire process to check, and not to mention the actual evaluation itself. Then after that, it goes into your evaluation. Now, if you notice in the presentation, I spoke about different levels of adjudication. Now, if it has a board level, it has to go to the Executive Adjudication Committee first. They have to look at it. They have to be happy to recommend to the board. Then the board has to sit. They have to make sure that they do their due diligence. Then they either award or recommend. Recommend if it's the government department. If it's SITA, then you award. And then you do contracting. Because after you award, it doesn't mean that your process is completed, right? You need to have a contract in place, then you start delivering. Now comes the other parts. If there is a non-responsive bid, and when I say non-responsive, did the industry understand that specification, and did everybody respond clearly understanding what was required? Problems. You get a lot of problems because the spec was not developed correctly. People underestimate the profession of specification development. It's not your understanding of the solution. It's a spec that allows you to evaluate different categories in a fair and transparent manner, so there's no ambiguity. It's difficult to do. So you get a high level of cancellation because either the market didn't respond correctly, or the market responded, but there's inconsistency in what they did. In some cases, the market doesn't respond, or you'll get one person responding. You cannot evaluate a one person responding bid. Then you cancel. When you cancel, you know what it means? You start the process again. So when you hear a procurement process taking 3 years, it's probably that there was a cancellation involved, or there are possibly 2 cancellations involved in that entire process. So these are the complexities that we're looking at. So a few of the things we're doing, beside automation, we are looking at, let's look at how to do parallel audit, meaning don't wait for everything to complete and then audit each stage. Don't audit everything. It costs money, it costs time. Audit complex bits. Then you kind of improve there. Then the level of delegation, we kind of said, let's increase the delegation at the lower level so that you don't have a lot of transactions going to a board level, because it takes a lot of time to get those things in place. And then not to mention building bid spec capability, because it's a profession on its own. Not just anyone can do that. So we're trying to build that capability. We're trying to templatize it so that there's consistency, all those type of things. So that's what's we're looking at the moment to try and make sure that we improve on that turnaround time. I hope it gives a view, but it's a lengthy thing.
If I may.
Thank you. So, oh, sorry. So I was going to say we've gone over, way over your allocation. So, Chair, you were going to add something?
Yes, I think I just wanted to emphasize there is an element of the skills gap, because as he said, if you get the specification wrong, it basically impacts the whole process. So part of the presentation that SCM has done to the board was to identify those particular areas that from a skilling perspective there has to be focus on, because it does impact turnaround time. But as he said, one of the key things that also has to be done is review the processes in the DOA. And as a board, we've also formulated a procurement working committee. It's actually headed by one of my colleagues that I'd want to invite, the Director Matebula. He's heading that particular working committee that's looking at how do we review these processes to make sure that they are efficient. But not only that, because as he's saying delegation, it also has to be responsible delegation from a risk perspective, that you look at the fact that whatever we're then proposing will then be managed effectively. And how do we pair it up from a review perspective, even with internal audit? If Director Matebula can also talk to that particular process that's underway. Thank you.
Chair, would I be correct to say the chair of the board has covered that aspect? Thank you, Chair.
Okay, so well, maybe not. So there's a specific issue here. So the chair has, at a high level, said that the increase in the delegation, in the approvals level, levels of authority, right, to procure, has to pair with risk management and the work that is done by audit. I think when you're dealing with an institution that has got the history SITA does, what could raise an alarm bell is that people are going to have even more discretion without the prerequisite risk management systems in place. And I think if you could help the committee in that way, so that we understand how malfeasance or mischief is going to be prevented in an environment where people now have greater discretion.
Chair, thank you very much. Look, what we did, we looked at the policy, SITA's procurement policy. That's the first thing that we felt it's something that we need to review. And of course, cover all the elements that you are referring to, risk and so on. But the second issue that we picked up is exactly this issue around the auditing of everything at SITA. Whether you use internal audit or use external audit. And that's a problem because it takes long, plus it's costly. So we said we need to at least, when we review the delegation and decide at what level do you bring in probity services in the value chain, because that alone also adds to the 123 days that we're speaking about. It takes long. And besides taking long, it's expensive. So that's one thing that we also said we need to look at. Then the one other issue, Chair, that you've just referred to is around delegation. I know it's actually, you know, always an issue that when you give people more delegated powers to make decisions, and such a process, of course, will find itself to malfeasance, as you referring to, Chair. But the other side of it is when you give people more responsibility, if you increase the delegation at a particular level, and then you have controls. I think the Chair spoke about accountability earlier on, so that you hold these people accountable and so on. You may think that by reducing the delegated powers to officials, you may think that, Chair, by reducing the delegated powers that you are giving to officials is actually saves the process from malfeasance, but that's not always the case.
Sorry, let me ask the question more specifically.
Yeah.
In light of the fact that there is this review
Yeah.
of the process and levels of authority, what steps are being put in place to effectively manage risk of malfeasance? That's my question.
Yeah.
So you don't need to convince me of, of what we may think.
Yeah.
Just tell the committee what is being put in place.
Yeah. Chair, what the AMD spoke about earlier on around what has already been proposed in terms of the control systems, insofar as increasing the delegation is concerned, is that issue around accountability. That's the first thing. The second thing is the issue of vetting that is also referred to, that SCM officials must be vetted. Anybody that plays in that space must be vetted. And I think that's very important, and that's a process that has already been put in place, just to address issues of... and the other issue, Chair, is an issue of trust, because we also need to trust that officials. Then the other issue, which the MD spoke about, is the automation, because if the processes are manual, those processes are subject to anything, and I think it's referred to the fact that the SCM at SITA is currently manual, and there's a drive to automate the process, and that's what we're looking at, so that everybody, in terms of the segregation of duties, those things are built into an electronic system rather than the manual system that is currently in place.
Okay, so thank you. So what we'll do, please note this, we're going to ask for a written submission on the sequence. So what are the conditions precedent to these increased authorities that must be met before that should be done? So the committee, because we're asking this for the long term, because it will come up later, as you know, when the audit takes place. But please note, Denzel and Sisindombi are also noting, we'll ask for we need to understand exactly how the system, the risk management system will be built in such a way that when the on button is switched, the problems are minimized. And I know that you may not be able to eliminate altogether, and we need to understand how that's going to work. Honorable Matuan, I've noted you, but I'm trying to manage time. So what I'll do is I'll give Honorable Neil May a chance to have a turn, and then I'll skip all of them who've asked questions and myself and focus on those who haven't. Please go ahead.
Is it afternoon? It's close. Good day, Honourable Minister, your team here, Chairperson, my colleagues. And as I can see, we have a few drivers that like to move into other people's lanes, so I'm going to do the same here. With good governance is not a box-ticking exercise. It is a foundational requirement for credible performance and the realization of service delivery objectives. Where performance fails, governance often lies at the root, And I think we've heard the instability of the governance aspect. The 5 CEOs over 5 years, the challenges that you have there, and some of those questions have been answered. So we can see, and we've heard from the Minister what he is going to be doing with regards to the appointment of the new board. And in governance, obviously, we look at irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. So I'm going to cover 2 areas: the irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure, and consequence management, and 1 or 2 issues from the SIU, which is what I think, which is going to be important for us today. And so, Minister, the closing balance of irregular expenditure continues to increase, reflecting a lack of commitment to follow up and deal with irregular expenditure, as the initiation and finalization of investigations are slow. Does SITA have a functioning loss control committee to ensure effective management of incidents of financial misconduct? If yes, what is being done to address irregular expenditure? If not, who is responsible for that function? Who are the service providers with the multi-year contracts with SITA? Riding on to that question is, according to the 23-24 annual report, irregular expenditure under assessment amounted to 976,000, and irregular expenditure under determination amounted to 317.7 million. What is the nature of these irregular expenditures? The last one on this group of questions would be according to the annual report, the fruitless and wasteful expenditure under investigation amounted to 23 million. What is the nature of this fruitless and wasteful expenditures? And then the next set I will answer after your responses, which would be on consequence management.
Thank you for those questions. I'm firstly going to invite the CFO to talk to the irregular expenditure as well as the fruitless and the loss control, because SITA does have a loss control function. CFO?
Thank you, Chair. Just on the loss control, we do have an independent loss control committee, which is made up of various executives, including legal, employment relations, finance, internal audit, and risk, which sits on a regular basis. Just on the total of irregular expenditure, if you look at the end of 23-24 financial year, we had about total of about 2 billion rand, and there has been progress since the last financial year. Of that 2 billion rand, about 1 billion rand has been submitted to National Treasury for condonation. They've requested more information, which is being submitted. About 450 million rand of it is to be submitted to National Treasury, meaning that the investigation determination has been concluded, and we're at a stage where it needs to go through the governance processes, and then we need to submit it. The balance, which is about 500 million, it's either sitting within the investigation process or sitting stages rather, or sitting within the disciplinary process. So definitely in the past, there were delays in finalization of the irregular and fruitless and wasteful expenditure, but subsequently we have definitely improved, and it was around just the capacity within the investigation and the disciplinary processes. So there's been progress. On the fruitless and wasteful expenditure, I think the acting MD, when he was presenting earlier on, he spoke about one of the MIs, material irregularity, for the licenses of 23 million. So that number relates specifically to that, and that's the same number that's been referred to the SIU for further investigation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I would want to invite the CAE to talk to the investigations and the progress thereof.
Yes, in terms of the investigation, specifically around issues such as loss control, our investigations in cases where we find that there are accountable people or people who should be held accountable for that, we do prepare those reports and send them through to employee relations for action to be taken. We have to say that for the reports where internal audit has recommended that action be taken, action has been taken. And in the previous slides from the MD, we would have seen that there was about 8 of those cases in this financial year where after full review from the audit side, it was determined that action must be taken. And in all of those cases, action was actually taken. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. There was a question on multi-year service providers. AMD, can you kindly talk to that?
No, thanks, Chair. So, yes, there are a number of multi-year service providers. I wouldn't want to start trying to remember all of them. There's quite a few. But just in the categories, so obviously the from the network space, because the layer 2, and when I say layer 2, we can I say get fiber and any type of infrastructure to transmit data. We get it from the industry. So there's multiple service providers in that space. From the cloud and data center environment, we have a number of cloud, let's say, service providers that has helped us with KIT. So that is multi-year. We have mainframe that we're running for government. There's mainframes built on certain technologies that are embedded, and we have multi-year contracts with them. And the reality is these type of infrastructure is there, and you cannot change infrastructure every time. You have a roadmap, and we there's a multi-year roadmap, and then we refresh depending on the life cycle of the actual technology, and then go out to a refresh again. Thanks.
Thank you. The former chair of ARC, if you can come in.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just on the nature of irregular expenditure, of the 2 billion, about 1.4 billion of that is due to lack of contract management, proper contract management. So that is the biggest contributor. SITA has been guilty over the years of not managing contracts well, to a point sometimes we only react when the contract is about to end and the service is still needed. Therefore, contracts get extended. So 1.4 billion of the 2 billion relates to expired contracts. And then also 151 million of that 2 billion, it relates to overspending on contracts. We've spent more than we should have. And then also the issue of documentation management, because some of it relates to documents that could not be provided to prove, like SPD forms. And then some of it, it was due to local content requirements that were not applied. So it's quite a number of things that contributed, and also deviations. Deviations was another contributor, where we would deviate not in line with Treasury regulations, and also there were emergencies that maybe were man-made. They were man-made, and they were not necessarily emergency procurement as defined. So just that's the nature in the main of the irregular expenditure.
Maybe if I can just add, some of these irregular contracts were multi-year, and some of them are actually now taping down because they're coming to a close. I think it's reflected on the irregular expenditure is disclosed for the financial year 23-24, which was much lesser because of the contracts coming to an end of life. I guess what will be important from a controls perspective, and what with the loss committee coming in place and the investigations being concluded, is to ensure that the control environment is enhanced, because a lot of these contracts are multi-year. Thank you.
And just to finish up, then there was the question on the loss control, whether it is effective or not. As the audit committee, we did at some time believe the loss control was not as effective as it should have been, because majority of this irregular expenditure, it's as we say that it relates to the prior years. I remember condonation submissions would come through the audit committee, but the quality thereof, it was just very poor. So we would keep on sending it back to say, if we as the audit committee, we cannot understand this information, Treasury will also not understand it. So it was a lot of toing and froing between management and the audit committee, and including the board. Hence, you will see some of it has not been resolved. So loss control, not as effective as one would have hoped it to be. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The AG reported that SITA does not take adequate action against officials who contravene supply chain management prescripts. One specific case is a significant asset was acquired without approval by the executive authority. What is the asset that was acquired? How much was it acquired for? What action was taken against officials responsible for non-compliance? The second last question that I have is the PFMA compliance report in SITA's audited annual report for 2023-24 does not disclose any irregular expenditure under investigation. However, the presentation to Scopa states that cases to the value of 319.8 million are under investigation. My question to you is, how many cases make up the 319.8 million being investigated? What is the progress on the investigations being conducted? Are there any senior management officials implicated? Are there any implicated individuals who are no longer employed at SITA? Are the plans in place to follow up on these individuals? And finally, the disciplinary processes that were made in the audited annual report. However, the presentation states that cases to the value of 159.2 million are undergoing disciplinary processes. How far are these disciplinary cases? When did they begin? Are there any potential financial recoveries to be made? The SIU had referred 22 disciplinary cases to SITA for non-disclosure of business interests and other irregularities. How many of these cases have been finalized? What were the outcomes, and what is the status of the remaining cases? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I think firstly I'll invite former Chair of the Audit Committee. Is there anything you might want to highlight before I invite the CAE? Okay, CAE, kindly talk to the investigations and the progress thereof.
Yeah, so in terms of the investigations, the methodology as it works is we work on allegations coming from different areas, mainly the whistleblower line. We've had about 65 of those in the current year that we are dealing with. About 45 of those cases have been addressed and closed in terms of the rules of how investigations should be closed. And we've got about 22 of them that are currently being done in different stages. About 10 of them are in reporting. What we track on our site, as I mentioned earlier, is what does happen with these type of investigations. The ones that we have asked that action be taken, all of them action has been taken. Currently, we are not sitting with any current investigations where members of senior management or executives, if I would put it that way, are implicated in any of the matters. And the requirements in terms of the rules of our profession is that in those cases where members of senior management or those charged with governance are implicated, we would have to report those specifically to the board. So on our side, we don't have any of those matters that are affecting members of senior management. Thank you.
So may I ask, so at what level are these people? At what level, therefore, are so your investigations, if I understood, the answer is no, there's no one at senior management level that is, or isn't that what you said? Yes.
Yeah.
So what I'm asking is the people that are under investigation, different stages of investigation, at what level are they?
Yeah, currently, and when I'm saying...
And don't itemize them, you can just...
Correct, correct.
give it.
Maybe I should qualify when I say senior management, I mean executives. Currently, the people under investigation from internal audit side are SITA employees below executive management. And as I said, if ever it triggers executives, I would be obligated to inform the board.
Thank you. AMD, do you want to talk to the question specifically talking to the asset that was procured without executive authority approval? Account is, please, if you can.
I just want to confirm it. Is it the licensing?
I think it's a separate finding, and if I may apologize, at this stage I don't have that specific asset. Or CFO, oh yes.
No, thank you, Chair. I think just to give it quick context, this was to do with the materiality framework, and where it says that we need to get the minister's approval, and there was an interpretation issue between management and the AG. And I think that obviously the AG found against it based on their reading of the framework. We have subsequently revised the framework to say exactly what we wanted it to say. And what it really says is that if there are assets in line with our normal operations, they can be done within the approved budget. And that's how we've revised the wording of the framework of materiality. So we'll cover the infrastructure assets that we had bought in that financial year. But I think going forward, that has been covered within the framework and within the allocated and approved budget. Thank you.
Thank you. I think you may indicate if there are follow-ups.
Thank you, Chair. There's just one follow-up. Those officials that have left your employ and have gone for legal, done the legal course and have been reinstated, how many of those employees have been reinstated after being dismissed?
Chair, I don't know the numbers offhand, but what I do know, it would be very low, if any. But it's not a large number, but I don't know the number offhand. We can submit a written information on that.
All right. Thank you. So, Honorable Matiwan, finally, he's been chomping at the bits.
And the chair of the board was chairing the meeting now. He said, Honorable Nilwe must indicate whether I just got a follow-up. I realized that the chair of the board has taken over.
Okay, so I'm always happy to vacate this chair. You just gotta take the hordes of upset people with you as your new friends thereafter. Okay, so I'm going to start this side. So I'm going to give Honorable Isaac, Honorable Matiwan, and Honorable Maduna a chance to. So we're trying to be out of here in an hour. So Honorable Isaac, Honorable Matiwane, Honorable Maduna, and then we'll be Honorable Skosana, Honorable Bila, and Honorable Beasley. Right, so that's going to be our sequence. So with that said, let's go.
Yeah, great.
So we'll take 3 people at a time.
Awesome. Thank you, Chair, and for the opportunity. Lots has been said and discussed. So in the interest of not, being repetitive, I was intrigued to hear in the opening remarks earlier on that SITA currently being a state-owned, fully fledged state-owned enterprise, 100%, that SITA only covers some 37% of the landscape. Now, it's difficult, for us as colleagues here, and I think for the South African public out there, to understand the dynamics, that how is it possible when this state-owned enterprise only covers 37% of the landscape of state IT and its requirements. So what I'm trying to understand and figure out is then, to what extent are you making inroads as SITA, being a state-owned enterprise, in covering the other 63% that you really ought to be responsible for, considering the amount of funds that National Treasury is pouring into SITA. And then, we end up having to look at all these frightening numbers as usual every day and suffer from all these indigestible numbers that are just being lost. But nevertheless, be that as it may, so I want to understand, well, I raised that question, I'll tell you why, and colleagues will know I put it in our group chat yesterday. Just yesterday I read about the Mpumalanga debacle of some 90,000 rand for a laptop, 22 odd million rand. I think all of us read about this thing. So, now, where are you in this space? What's going on? Because now obviously we have to sit again with Mpumalanga someday here and go and do battle with them about that issue. So, you need to be making inroads to do justice to the state as a state-owned enterprise. That is just my thoughts on the matter. And then I'm not going to repeat all of this stuff, Chair. I think my colleague also raised it. The service providers with the multiple contracts with SITA. May I, through you, Chairperson, ask if you would condone my request that we be provided in writing with a list of these service providers that have specifically multiple contracts with SITA, if that carries your permission, Chair. Okay? And then I got two more quick ones. Minister, to you, I mean, regarding the consequence management, I think we've covered this, but you, Minister, must be obviously fully cognizant of the fact that there remains a huge lack of responsibility and accountability through these various divisions that is so been outlined here. Now I can understand that, with due respect, that you two have inherited somewhat of this debacle, and I'm disappointed, Chair, that the Deputy Minister, who was the previous Minister, is not here for whatever reasons. And I would have really appreciated that he would have been here, because I had some questions that I would have liked to address to him personally. So perhaps maybe on another occasion, if we get lucky, we could have the Deputy Minister here. So specifically regarding these reports, of the AGSA. But to move on, I think Honourable Neil May covered the issue of the 319 odd million rand that was under investigation regarding the current status. Who are the senior management involved regarding that? By name specifically. Because as senior staff and executives, and I think some of you that are here, you were there, right? So I want to ask and understand, why did some of you that were there not advise and guide the board and speak amongst yourselves? I mean, as regarding all these material irregularities that were transpiring, because you were right there. You had contact with the board, people coming, going. What role did the previous board then play, I must ask, in addressing all of these previously raised material irregularities? Because after all, you were there. And I just wanted to understand that, Chairperson. And then the issue, finally, the last one, the issue of payment to trade zone. I think Honourable Neil May has covered that. So if you could just raise that, and Chair, I think I'm done, and I thank you profusely for the opportunity.
Thank you, Honourable Matiwan.
Sihlalo kuba ixesha selityiwe linje univumele ndithi ingqanga nentsiba zayo. As I'm sitting here, Chair,
Don't worry, he wasn't swearing at anyone. No, he wasn't. He was going to say, I'm going to be trying to be very efficient in my questions.
And tibulele Sihlalo. No, Sihlalo, you know, as I'm sitting here, I am frustrated with the answers that we are getting from the previous board. It seems like they were powerless. You, as the chair, you made this emphasis that they are an accounting authority, and the way that they give us that there were challenges, but they don't tell us exactly where these challenges stem from. It's like they have there's a boogeyman or some bully that they are afraid to mention, to say, no, the problem is this person, because there is a problem at SITA. And then we must emphasize the fact that there is a disclaimer of the audit outcome. I'm looking here at the dashboard that was presented to us by the Auditor General. And key points of regression here are on financial statements, procurement and contract management, revenue management, asset management. And I think those things fall under the Chief Financial Officer. And there are instances where these things have been happening for a period, because this table gives us a period of 3 financial years. So if you have a CFO and there's been a regression on key functions within his department, what value is he adding to the institution? Why should the institution continue to have a CFO if it's going to have a disclaimer on the financial information that is provided to the Auditor General for auditing? Ndiphume apho Sihlalo. One of the issues that was raised, I think, by my colleague next door, Honorable Atkinson, was on the issue of the uptake of mandatory services that SITA provides to departments. And specifically, I'll take this question to the minister, because I would assume that at a cabinet level, the minister would go with the Director General or DG when they sit a cabinet meeting. And some of these failures for the uptake in some of the services that SITA provides to other departments might stem from the fact that even at a government-wide level or at a national level, there is a lack of coordination of work within the departments, where each minister is working in his own silo, especially now with the GNU, where you have DA ministers, you have UTM ministers. So everyone is doing their own thing without communicating to each other. Because I think some of these issues with the uptake, such as of these mandatory services, can be resolved at a cabinet level. Such as there was a mention of the security operations center capability, the cloud and network services that were not taken up by departments, but the MD said these were mandatory services that SITA provides to departments. So the intervention now, I would like to hear from the minister, what role is he playing as a shareholder to ensure that other government departments take these mandatory services that SITA is offering. Because there is a financial implication if there is going to be if there's a mandatory service that is offered by a state entity such as SITA, and then another department goes and procures the same service that they are supposed to be getting from a state-owned entity, from a private entity. So the minister, if the minister can just inform us of what is happening there. Also, on the question of prepayments, the Auditor General said that payments were made without any terms of contract. So basically, SITA was just giving money away to people without even knowing what they are giving that money for. And it is telling that there is a serious issue here. Kuthiwa ke sihamba phezu kwamaqanda abolileyo. Because the current chair was surprised that there are documents or there are records. If I stand to be corrected, the CFO answered and said, no, we have records. The AG says we don't have records. And the current chair, I think she was surprised that we do have records at SITA. So those are just some of the issues that I feel like we might not be getting to the crux of the matter, to pinpoint the problems at SITA, to say, after this engagement, what do we get from this engagement? Can we pinpoint to say the problem lies here? We'll say, no, junior management is involved. But where does the buck stop? It stops with the executives. If the executives are not exercising their authority, then what's the point of having them as executives and paying them these exorbitant salaries? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Maduna.
No, thanks, Chair. I think the first question, I will try to be straightforward, Chair. It's just that one of my other questions will need to have a follow-up. But I just want to check to the Minister. Minister, I learned that there was a managing director that was appointed apparently without your approval. And then the board later apologized, of which you accepted. I just want to check, did you accept the apology because the person that they would have appointed, you are happy with that particular person as a acting MD? And two, I just want to check, Minister, in the interim board that you obviously appointed, do you have any foreign nationals? That's one. The second question that I have, Chair, like I said, I'm just going to be short. It's just that one of my questions will need to have a follow-up question. Given the financial, because I think, you know, if you can't prepare financial statements as per TRAP 1, you know there are many problems. Because I see there are many issues that have material findings regarding the financial statements of the entity. So I just want to check how long the CFO has been with the entity.
Please go ahead.
Thank you for those questions. I will maybe defer. There was a specific one asked by Honorable Matiwan, or maybe the Minister. Oh, apologies.
No problem, Chair. There are questions that were directed to me. I think let's start with the Chair dealing with the questions that are directed to the board. I will deal with the question from Honorable Isak around consequence management. Honorable Matiwane asked about efforts in terms of cabinet and engaging the rest of government about doing business in there. And then to Honorable Maduna's question, which was around whether there are any foreign nationals or not in the interim board. Those I will answer them, but let's start with the board chair. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, and apologies. I think the first one that was asked in terms of SITA and how it's approaching clients or even attempting to grow its business. I think you are correct in terms of we cannot be proactive. One of the things that we've discussed with the AMD is we need to actively, just like any other ICT company, need to look at solutions that, ICT solutions that our potential clients are looking for, and also have an active business development that goes out. I think the AMD, when he spoke earlier, he referred to the fact that we work on a tasking model. And I think that model cannot work like that under the current circumstances. He will add on it. We'll certainly come back on the multiple contracts. But I think the way in which we pursue business and growth for that 37% to grow has to be different. We cannot be waiting for tasking. And I think it's one of the things that we are deliberating also with the board and management. In terms of the previous material irregularity, I'm going to refer to the previous board, but I'm going to run through the other question that was asked by Honorable Matiwane in terms of the prepayments. You are correct that in terms of that signifies a weak control environment and contract management. And certainly with what AG has pointed out and with what how we're resolving some of those audit findings, it should strengthen the internal control environment. But with that, coupled with that also goes with accountability and consequence management. The other question that was asked by Honorable Maduna talks to the CFO term. I think the CFO, the term, he's been here, I think, for 5 years. I stand to be corrected by the previous board. He's on his 5th year. AMD, is there anything you want to add before I hand over to the former board?
Yeah, just the 37% landscape. I think the transversal contracts, like the Mpumalanga matter that you cited, it's a 740 transversal contract that SITA set up on behalf of DCDT for government departments to procure, use and procure. What happens is, indirectly, it is facilitated through an instrument that is created for government. But the challenge you have is that government departments use that independently of SITA, and SITA doesn't have oversight on that. So there is an influence because an instrument is created by the State Information Technology Agency, but the control of that environment needs to be fixed because we can clearly see that those processes are not being followed, and then it comes out in the media. And those values and those budgets are not included in this number. The number is where SITA physically provides the service. And maybe I want to get the client-facing executive, Ntutule, to just talk maybe a little bit around what are we doing to try expand our service landscape. Ntutule?
Thank you, MD. Thanks, Chair and honorable members. So we've spent quite a lot of time looking into the client environment to make sure that we can address their, critical pain points. I would, given all the analysis, the diagnostics that have been done, one would categorize, the main challenges into 3 buckets. The one bucket, what we've been talking about so far, is the speed of service delivery that has been cited by the clients, and I think we've spoken about that, whether it's through procurement or other means. We're talking about 123 days and so forth. The second bucket will be the price point, that you come to a right price point. So because there's also affordability issues within the client environment in terms of the budgets that have been cut, and we've spoken about that earlier on, it then becomes important that you become very dynamic in how you then look into the price point, the acceptable price point. So we've started the process of price benchmarking, looking into how do we partner, with your SMMEs and the industry to make sure that we can then be able to lower that price. The third area is obviously just convenience in terms of how services are eventually consumed by our clients. So from those 3 buckets, we believe that we've now started working a whole lot of mechanisms that will ensure that we can engage the clients better, we can market the products and the solutions and the services better to our clients. we also then have been looking into the issue, because affordability issue also talks to the 2008, 2009 tariffs that we are still, using at this point in time. And that has also then become a challenge. And that is one issue that we are busy now with FOSAT and other entities trying to look into how do we move those 2008, 2009 tariffs. Because what that will do is that it will also reduce, areas like your networks quite substantially, which means that we will then come within an acceptable price range as well. But also we've built a capacity that will ensure that our proximity to the clients is really well improved. We've now created what we call the digital advisory and consulting services. That is actually now the advisor of the CIOs within the department, so that we can then make sure that we understand the problem statements within our client environments, and that we can develop solutions that really talk to what our clients are foremost looking for. And I think there was then the issue around, proactivity, which I think the digital advisory and consulting capacity actually brings us very close. In terms of our, maybe in closing, just in terms of the entire, client universe that we're looking at, so far we've been doing work largely with the national and provincial departments, and now we've started moving more and more into local government, because as we develop more and more digital solutions, they are consumed largely at that level as well. So we've started making inroads into that. We've started making inroads also into other SOEs or state-owned entities as well, to make sure that we can grow, that basket of service provision. I will leave it at that, MD.
Thank you. Back to you, Chair.
I think the former board can come in.
Thank you, Chair. Just when I spoke about the instability, just one part I forgot to mention is that there was also instability within Company Secretariat Unit, which is a support of the board. Within these 5 years, I don't know how many times we've changed company secretaries. There was a time the other one spent about a month or two, then they left, and so, but I'm not excusing, I'm just trying to give a picture that within that instability within the board, within MD, there was also with company secretariat, where sometimes some of the information flow would fall through the cracks coming to the board. On the term of the CFO's term is ending later in the year, and within a few months after the CFO joined, I mentioned this earlier, within a few months, maybe it was a month or two after he joined, he was seconded to the Post Bank, and he spent more than a year, if my memory serves me correctly, at the Post Bank. So he was just appointed, but he left. He was seconded to the Post Bank. So that vacancy that was being filled, in actual sense, it was still left a vacancy because the warm body was seconded to the Post Bank. So in the 4.5 years or so, let's minus that 1 year, he stayed at the Post Bank. And then within maybe the remaining about 3 years or so, there were acting stints where he would be acting MD, which also then meant he left a vacancy within the CFO function. I remember specifically there was one evening where the board was taking a decision that the CFO should act. And I raised the concerns to the board to say, but we need him more that side. Maybe let's look for somebody else. But it was a minority view. I remember I asked, and the board said to the CFO, go and sleep on it and give us an answer the next day. As an audit committee chair, I then said to the CFO, we were standing at the parking, I said, CFO, please be honest with yourself. You know you cannot act as an MD because we've got a problem in finance and with the audit. As you are sleeping on it, please do an honest reflection that can you really act? You don't have to be scared of the board. The board said go and sleep on it and give us an answer. So please think about it. To my surprise, the CFO had accepted the acting. So in that period, he was acting as MD as well, which brought about problems. That seeks to answer Honorable Matiwanya's question regarding the CFO's maybe effectiveness. So that also impacted on his, on him being effective. But his term is coming to an end later in the year. Then on the material irregularities and what the board, the role the board played in the material irregularities, I'll start with the one of the unused licenses. As the board, we agreed with the AG because an investigation was done internally to establish what happened. And then that report found itself to the audit committee and the board to state exactly what the wrongdoing was, where we found that, in fact, there were 26 potential bidders that came to the briefing, only 6 submitted, but then only 1 was appointed. And during the appointment stage, there was a negotiation with the bidder in terms of price, of discount between 15 to 20%. And then things went wrong around that process because then the terms of appointment themselves, they got changed. And if you look at the change of the terms, they were so material that ideally that tender should have been cancelled because that tender was saying we pay per license used. But when the terms were then changed, we were paying regardless. We were gonna blanket pay, regardless of whether they are used or not. So that's what the report found. And there were some disciplinary processes that took place. And then the AG did recommend that the matter be referred to the SIU. So that's where I believe it is, unless the AG will advise otherwise. And then on the second one of trade zone, SITA entered into a contract with trade zone, and according to the contract, the service provider was supposed to assist SITA with developing or giving access to SMMEs into the ICT sector. But it was not specific to say do ABC. It was the contract, it was very brief and very vague. So now, in terms of what then the service provider did, but within that contract, then SITA was donating 1.5 million to say assist us with developing SMMEs and assisting them with access into the ICT sector. And then in terms of the reports were submitted, and then the requirement was that the service provider would give reports. And indeed, the service provider then did report on the initiatives they did in order to assist the SMMEs. And it was a number of initiatives. I think one of them was an internet summit that took place in July of 2019 here in Cape Town. And then there was another one that took place in Sandton, and it was an ICT summit and an expo. There was also an e-learning summit that took place in East London, and it was specifically targeting the disabled SMMEs, particularly deaf ones. So that happened sometime in 2019. And then also in November of 2019, then a bigger summit where now there were bigger industry players that were involved in the summit. It also took place where now the SMMEs also were linked to bigger industry players. Then, according to SITA then, and the reports that were submitted, in one of the other initiatives, the Internet Summit that was in Cape Town, the prize money that was given, because there were they had to compete even with themselves, the SMMEs, the prize money for the winner was 100,000. So already of the 1.5 million, there's 100,000 given to a winner in this summit. So now, and then the service provider was going to do another summit, did another summit, over and above everything else they've done. They were paying for, if they would have a summit here in Cape Town at the Cape Sun, they paying for all of that. They assisting the SMMEs to get here, etc., etc. Still with that 1.5 million. So now the AG then, the way we disagreed as the board, and this being raised as a material irregularity, is the fact that AG believes there's a material loss, there's no value for money. And their recommendation then is, let's recover the money from the service provider and let's go to SAPS and open a criminal case. So then our view as the board, with the reports we have, is to say, but we agree the person that entered into the contract did not have authority to enter into that contract. It was a junior employee. When entered into the contract, and also the process itself, it was a bit flawed. However, there was not really fruitless and wasteful expenditure. One can term it as irregular expenditure because how they entered, that's where the flaw was, how they entered. But we did receive value for money, and we did receive the reports. So that's where the disagreement was it was to say, but there's no material loss. And we can't go to SAPS as the board. We don't believe there's a criminal case. And then further, what we've done as the board, we disciplined the person that entered into that contract that was not supposed to. There was a hearing and the person was dismissed. So consequence management was implemented in terms of that person. But now one had to establish, did we really get value for money, regardless of how we entered into the contract. And then we saw that as the board, we did receive value for money. And then, AG maintained their position that this is a material irregularity, there is a financial loss. And then through communications, management, and the service provider even said, okay, I can even hold another conference. I've been performing, but I'll hold another one. Then they held another one in November 2022. So they held that one, but AG was still of the view that there's a material loss, a material irregularity, and a financial loss. So as the board, we didn't agree. Management also didn't agree, but management's specs were against the wall. They ended up just telling the service provider that, you know what, we have these problems with the AG. They're saying we've lost money. Let's reach an agreement, pay us back. Which is an action we believed as the board. We're now prejudicing that service provider because he spent the money. He did give benefits to those SMMEs. So now the service provider then agreed to say, okay, I agree. I'll pay you back, but I'll pay you back in installments of 50,000. The agreement was reached in March, so that was after the second big conference. In March, they've paid the first 50,000. Then the same submission found itself to the board, and the board still maintained that, but there's no financial loss here. And AG kept on saying we must go to SAPS. So that's where we are. As the board, we are still disagreeing that we don't believe there's a financial loss, but we've dealt with the person that got us into this. But the SMMEs did, they did benefit. So that's that on the material irregularities. I think I've covered everything. Thanks, Chair.
All right, thank you. May I ask the remaining members? Honorable Matuna, do you want a second bite? No, hang on. Is this a second? No. I'd given you a chance, right? Second chance. So I'm going to go to Honorable Scosa. actually. Do you have a follow-up question? Is it one? So we'll take them together, but please let it just be one, because Honorable Skosana and them have been waiting patiently.
No, thanks, Chair. I think it goes with, the Minister. Because I think I might have a follow-up question to what the Minister was going to answer as well.
Okay, so I missed your signal, Minister, to
Yes, I
deal
was
with an
waiting
issue.
for guidance from you because there are outstanding responses from me based on the set of questions previously. So how do you want to do it?
So let me, okay, in fact, that might affect what the other members ask you. So please deal with that and then we'll complete it.
Thanks very much, Chair. And I'll start with Honorable Maduna. No, we don't currently have a foreign national in the interim board. The two members of the interim board are here, with Ms. Modau being here and Mr. Matebula. In fact, it's three of them, with Advocate Voipent being here. The two ones that are not present here is DDG Omega Shilembe, who's from the department, and Mr. Vukela, who is a representative of the Department of Public Service and Administration. And just for further context, Mr. Matebula is a representative of the Department of National Treasury, because in terms of the SITA Act, those are the department that must then have their representatives in there. And I think if there is a need to reconfirm their nationality, those who are present here can further do so, right? So that we we don't leave anything to scope. With regards to the secondary question regarding the process followed in terms of the previous board nominee for acting managing director. So in terms of the SITA Act, when a managing director or an acting managing director has to be appointed, it must be done with the approval of the minister. So the correspondence that I got at the time from the board, instead of communicating a candidate with a request for approval, the mistake that was in there was that it announced the appointment of a candidate, which in terms of the law was, ultra vires. And we raised this with the board. There was an acknowledgement that this shouldn't have been done that way, and I accepted the apology on that basis. So that deals with that question. Honorable Isaac asked a question around consequence management, and I see he's not here, but for record purposes, Chair, in terms of, again, the instruments for consequence management dealing in terms of the Act, the minister's role is confined to any form of inaction or some, for lack of a better word, transgressions that are done by the board, because the board is accountable to the minister and appointed by the minister. In terms of the staff members, which is where I think his question was getting to, the chair and the acting AMD dealt with the ongoing processes with regards to the allegations that had been raised and those that are ongoing. And then lastly, Honorable Matiwane asked the question around what efforts at a ministerial level and Director General do we take in terms of lobbying the rest of government to do business with SITA. And there are two elements to that response. One is, of course, being mindful of, again, the limitations of having executive authorities being involved in procurement processes, is that through the structure of the Interministerial Committee on Digital Transformation, and for the 7th administration that was re-established 3 months ago, that is where the discussion about the coordination of approach in seeking ICT services within the ecosystem of government. And I'll invite the DG here, Chair, through you, to just elaborate in terms of the clustered approach that is being done at the level of Director Generals, because that's where most of that work gets done. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister, and through you, Chair. Just to perhaps add on to the last comment by the Minister, the Cabinet was actually quite concerned. We do report to Cabinet on a biannual basis with regards to program of action. Obviously, ICT service delivery is but one of the critical functions. We do then submit a presentation, as it has been indicated here, Honorable Chair and members. One of those have been the issues with regards to the e-procurement and establishment of a dashboard. We do now have, I'm told there is a dashboard, but the e-procurement is long outstanding. And one of those challenges in terms of the delivery is obviously related to the revolving doors. So each time we've gone to cabinet, we've actually brought a different MD and a different board. But notwithstanding, the information is actually cascaded down to the executive level. So there is obviously a challenge there, to the point where cabinet then last year, in the previous administration, towards the end, we established an interministerial task team to look at the issues that are cross-cutting and how do we then perhaps fast-track that. We had then established the interministerial task team working with then board, which was the board under Chairperson Pillay, also the board under Ms. Mosidi. And then over and above that, as you know, there was also the intervention of the ministerial task team, which was then also looking in terms of how to unlock the service delivery challenges as well as the delays that are currently there. At a cluster level within government, as has been indicated here, looking at the issues of efficient cost, and this came arising from the Public Service Commission report or the study with regards to the service delivery constraints. So SITA has also got the responsibility of coming to foresight and reporting in as far as how do you address those issues, especially with regards to the high cost. We have been battling with regards to reducing it, as it has been indicated here. We do not believe that it will take a long period with regards to the review of your cost structure. And as such as the department now, we are then in the process of seeking an independent service provider to actually do a proper analysis which will impose those cost structures onto SITA. This is part of the overall review with regards to SITA performance. And then I did indicate, lastly, I think those are the issues. Oh, yes. Just on the part of the review that we do at Foresight relates to the issues of your Foresight is the Forum of Director Generals. My apologies, Chair. Is also then looking at what was said earlier was that it's the department that is managing the transversal. We're only supposed to approve it or give concurrence in terms of what the SITA processor has actually done. I have written twice to the SITA management, asking them to say, can they review the transversal contracts or the service providers thoroughly? Because what we are currently getting now is just an addition with regards to the names. So you would find that out of maybe in terms of, if I can look at from a percentage perspective, if it's 100, 60% is old, the same old, I call them evergreen contracts, and only about 30% that is being, 40% being renewed. And we have been asking to say, why are you not able to refresh the entire process? Because obviously you would also see in terms of technological developments, there are obviously new services that one can be able to get in within the market. That is still outstanding also from SITA, but we're making a follow-up. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Maduna, are you now properly served?
Yeah, no, I think it gives the proper basis.
Thank you. The proper basis for a follow-up or the...
Yes, for a follow-up.
Because I notice your microphone remains on. Okay, all right. So if we can just, please, one question. And then Honorable Skosana, Honorable Bila, and Honorable Peasley.
No, thanks, Chair. Straightforward questions today. No, Chair. The reason why I was asking the CFO how long has it been there is because if you look at the HE report, asset management, there are material findings, revenue management, material findings, consequence management for the past 2 financial years, expenditure management for the past 3 financial years. there's always been a material findings. Procurement and contracts management, I think it goes back to speak about why you would pay 1.4 billion to contracts that are invalid. There's been material findings. And I would assume that is under the functions of the CFO to ensure that usually it would be there to ensure that all contracts that we pay for and know that when contracts are about to end, we need to advertise and appoint new people. Now, which is what would in the previous financial year would also put you on a disclaimer. Qualified audit opinion for the past 2 financial years. Minusing the 1 year, it means then the CFO has been there for plus 3 to 4 financial years. Now I'm questioning myself, how does a CFO, and I'm told, I know that he's an accountant, prepares such poor financial statements? Because I believe that financial statements, Chair, are prepared from the first day you make the first payment. You start collecting evidence so that when you prepare financial statements at the end of the year, you are fine. That is coupled with asking, has the executive over the previous 2-3 years received any performance bonuses? And lastly, what has been the cost of the releasing the more than 5 or so MDs? What has it been if you quantify it to cost? How much has the golden handshakes and so on? How much has it been? And what are the reasons for this high turnover of MDs? I think we need to speak about the core problems, Chair. We must not bluff each other. What are the issues there? That's why I'm saying, because it can't be that for so many years we are preparing financial statements that are not sound. I mean, we must not play with each other. That's why I'm saying that I must just ask that to the CFO. And I say that he has been a CFO in a number of other, like the city of Mahlosana, the commission, and so on. Now I'm questioning myself, which means he has a vast experience. What is the issue here at SITA? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Skosan.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and good afternoon to everyone, all protocol observed. No, we really appreciate this opportunity to interact with SITA and the Minister of Communications and Digital Technologies. Chair, my first question is directed to the former chairperson of the audit committee. I think you seem to be someone who's got an organizational memory in the delegation that is before us here. And we really appreciate that. You have highlighted that some of the challenges that SITA is facing, including a challenge with regards to issues of audit outcomes and so forth, is because of the leadership instability that has been there in the past 5 years. For instance, you indicated that you had about 6 MDs and acting MDs. You had about 4 or 5 boards or interim boards in the past 5 years. And that, according to you, I think it's what contributed to some of the challenges that the SITA is facing. However, what we have not told us is what contributed to that instability. What contributed to SITA having 5 boards or interim boards in 5 years? What contributed to SITA having about 6 MDs or acting MDs in 5 years? I think if we don't deal with that, we may find ourselves, or we may find this committee in 5 years' time from now, maybe in 2030, still sitting here, maybe with new members, sitting here with SITA, with a new board at that time, with a new MD or acting MD at that time, with a new minister at that time, but still dealing with the same issue because we have not addressed the root causes. So we need to deal with the root cause. What caused these instabilities that contributed to all the challenges that SITA is having? So if you can just share with us in that regard. My second question, Chair, which is directed to SITA in general. I see that between 1 April 2024 and 31 March this year, you have dealt with 64 cases of irregular expenditure, and 42 of them have been finalized, and of the 42, there are 8 cases that were recommended for consequence management and which were successfully dealt with. So I just want to find out, on the other 84 cases, does it mean there was nothing untowards on them? Because it's only on 8 cases of the 42 that were recommended for consequence management. And with regard to the issue of performance, I see that in page 24 of your annual report, I think you are indicating that you have improved your achievement of targets from 44% in 2022-23 to 61.9% in 2023-24, which is a good thing. Though it's not enough, we believe that we can still do more than that, but we appreciate that kind of an improvement. However, having said that, there are also still critical targets which you have not met. For instance, when you look at the court online phase 1 rollout plan, where you have achieved 0%, that is seriously concerning. So I want to find out why is that the case? Why did you achieve 0% on this particular target? Also, when you look at Program 1, on Program 1, what is the justification of spending 97.9%, which is about 2.76 billion rands of the allocated budget, but with only 50% of the target achieved? And then coming to the Minister, Minister, there was a media report on the 30th of April this year, which is titled Home Affairs Apply for Divorce from SITA. And SITA, in their rebuttal early this month to that media report, they indicated that government departments have a combined ICT budget of approximately 24 billion rands annually, of which approximately 7 billion rands is channeled through SITA. And they further said that SITA has become an all too convenient scapegoat for project failures or inefficiencies, even in cases where SITA had no operational role to play. And then additionally, it says that the Department of Home Affairs is currently consuming core services from SITA at a cost of 243 million rands of its 1.2 billion rands ICT budget allocation. That's from the SITA statement. So in that statement, the SITA regarding Home Affairs decision, they argue that budget constraints have impacted their ability to meet all the DHA's demands. They stated that DHA has a huge ICT budget, of which about 243 million rands is currently spent on core services from SITA. So, Minister, given these figures and SITA's claim of underfunding relative to DHA's overall ICT budget, what is the ministry's perspective on the allocation of ICT resources to Home Affairs? Secondly, do you believe that SITA has been adequately resourced to meet DHA's needs? And what is the ministry's plan to address any potential funding discrepancies that might be contributing to the current challenges? And also with Home Affairs wanting to leave SITA, what is your take, Honorable Minister, on that? And finally, Minister, we are mindful and appreciate that you approached PSC to investigate wrongdoings at SITA. So can you just brief us, what is the status of PSC investigations with regards to SITA? Thank you very much, Chair.
Nakensa Mutsamwashtur. And greetings to all. I think I have comments and questions to ask. One is in irregular expenditure that is recurring on procurement processes. I don't have a question on this one, but I just want to say I hope that there are measures that have been put in place as we are speaking to prevent the repeat occurrences so that we can be able to reduce the irregular expenditure in the institution. Number two is a critical vacancies as it has been presented here. But I'm happy that the minister has already spoken much on this one, more especially the 6 executive vacancies that need to be filled, that it is now in progress. So I think there will be leadership stability after this process has been finalized, because AGSA has already indicated that this is one of the key contributing factors to inefficiencies in the institution. So the prolonged vacancy period, we can testify that it impacted the legislative mandate and the operational performance of the institution. Let me come to the retention of ICT skills that the AGSA has said it has noted challenges that confront SITA in attracting skilled professionals in ICT and cybersecurity. I just want to ask if there are specific strategies or retention strategies that are being implemented currently to address this, and when do you envisage to achieve your employment targets? Because really, as Honorable Skosani has indicated here, institutional memory is very important. We can't be hiring new people always, not having a strategy to retain the employees that we have as for now. Let me go to IBM matters as investigated by the SIU. The issue of dependency and monopoly. The SIU reported that SITA relied on IBM as a service provider for over 30 years, meaning since the dawn of democracy. Creating a SIU, this monopoly that undermined competitive procurement practices. The SIU further found that IBM was appointed as a single source service provider without following competitive bidding processes, resulting in irregular expenditure of over 774 million. Can, as a committee, get reasons for this exorbitant irregular expenditure? And what specific actions have been taken against the board members and executives involved in approving this irregular contract? And how is SITA ensuring proper accountability for governance failures? Lastly, it will be the systemic failures. Also, SIU identifies systemic governance failures and irregularities in procurement processes, including the appointment of IFM consulting without competitive bidding and the submission of a false tax clearance certificate. Can you please update the committee on status of IFM consulting matter? What structural reforms has SITA implemented to address these systemic weaknesses, and how is it ensuring compliance with procurement regulations to prevent future irregularities? I said that one will be the last one, but I'm thinking of the last one now. In the financial year 2023-2024, non-executive directors received 4.05 million in fees, while several acting executives received additional allowances. How is SITA ensuring value for money in its leadership remuneration framework, particularly in light of persistent underperforming, instability, and ethical concerns? For example, findings from recent lifestyle audits.
Thank you. Honorable Beasley.
Thank you, Chair. So my first question is going to go to the Minister. And Minister, one of the SITA's mandate is to improve service delivery to South African residents through IT services. So my question is, in your view as a minister and part of cabinet, do you think SITA is delivering on this mandate of improving service delivery, or are they actually harming service delivery? I know what my experience is standing outside the Department of Home Affairs. And do you not think its time has actually come that SITA actually gets closed down and we look at something different? Because if it's having an impact on service delivery, it's obviously a big issue, and we in Parliament here to improve service delivery. And I think, Chair, is a great idea to call the previous directors, but I think they've been let off easily, because my question to each one of them is, what have you been directing? Because if you actually have a look at the Auditor General's report, it's a shocker, it's a horror. And I don't know how you can actually claim director fees for such a horror show. I mean, everybody else is getting blamed, but ultimately, at the end of the day, you're the directors. And if this was a private company, you would be fired and people would be suing you for the money to get back. So the directors got paid 8.9 million in 2023, and in 2024 the total was 10.7, a 20% increase. So you think a 20% increase in directors' fees that there would be an improvement in service delivery, but it's actually gone backwards. So it makes absolutely no sense. And how I've got that fee is adding up the executive directors and non-executive directors. That's how I got to the 10 billion. So I don't know who approves these increase in director fees. I mean, who actually signs off? Who says this is what directors can get paid? Does the board do it themselves? Does it get approved somewhere? I don't know how directors' fees can go up by 20%. And so I'd just like them to answer that. What have they been directing? Because it seems like a ship without any direction at all. And then the other thing is SAPS has got a vacancy of 56%. I mean, that's totally unacceptable. Crime is out of control. I mean, again, it's just harm is being done. And then just some things that I've picked up in the Auditor General's report. SITA does not have an RT strategy. Talks about manual procurement. I mean, that sums everything up. If this organization is meant to be RT and delivering RT services, how can you not have an RT strategy, and how can you still be relying on manual procurement, and how can you not have a chief digital officer for 3 years? It's nonsensical, and that's why we're in the mess that we're in. And I think the previous directors should hang their heads in shame, because they've taken money away from hard-pressed South Africans and have had an enormous impact on service delivery in our country. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Over to you, Minister, and your colleagues. Starting with, just level with us. What has been the problem at SITA? Somebody has to answer that question. I think that's where Honorable Maduna was going.
Thanks very much, Chair. Can we take the same approach we took earlier, that the Chair and the leadership of SITA deal with the questions that were directed to them, and I will deal with those that were directed to me once they've done that. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Minister. I think a number of the questions are directed at the former colleagues. I would want to invite them to respond, and then I'll come in later.
All right. Thank you. KP is going to take some of the questions because he was a board member and also a board chair. There's a question on the director's fees and how they're determined, etc., etc. The director's fees, I believe, I was just looking for the document, but there was a specific document. My memory doesn't serve me well now. I'm not sure if it was from the DPSA or Treasury, but it was a specific document. Yeah, and it was signed many, many years ago, and the fees never changed ever since. So that's how the board fees get determined. And then KP will assist in terms of why people, MDs were leaving, and maybe Ms. Mokano as well, because the MD reports to the chair of the board, so maybe they might be more relevant in terms of addressing such as the direct supervisors of the MDs that have departed. But without evading accountability, issues of culture. Other MDs, they get to SITA, they don't like the culture. People don't want to work. Maybe they're used to an environment where people work and have a sense of urgency. So some would get frustrated. Also, as a board, we are also not angels. There have been frustrations to some of the MDs stemming from the board. Maybe the relationship was a bit antagonistic, and some of them then departed. So just at a high level, but they might give granular details as they were direct supervisors of the MDs. Thank you, Chair.
Chairman, I add to it and also try and answer the fundamental question, what went wrong? Also answer the question about directors' accountability. Do we hang our heads in shame? Yeah, hell yes.
I was worried that the mic is going to keep moving on until it gets to Honorable Neil May.
Oh, sorry, sir. So, the being out of SITA now as an ex-board chair, maybe I don't have to be defensive and don't have to play out victim, the entire victim card. So let's look at some realities. That AG report is significantly compelling and must not be discounted. Neither must what the customers say be discounted. They're experiencing a very true reality. And whether those problems can be solved or not with the stories you've heard today is going to be one of those kind of challenging questions. Because let me talk about some of the problems in SITA. Starting off with the first issue that came up. There is an audit deficiency. There's very little self-audit that gets done by first line. So if you don't have first line, internal audit has less to rely on, and external audit in turn has further less to rely on. So you've got a self-audit deficiency going on there because the controls and the standards that must be applied, even for self-audit, are not fully in place. What did the board do when it understood this? It knocked on the door and got an offer from help from National Treasury. National Treasury said, we will come in, we'll help you, we understand that you're not that bright, but we know all the required standards and the like. That opportunity was never fully taken advantage of. Maybe it will be taken advantage of in the future. Great. The second problem in SITA is there's a methodology deficiency. Personally, I hate it when people blame machines. It's not about your machine systems. It's about your business processes. What a machine does, or what an app does, is it automates your business process. There are problems with the business processes, as the AG has highlighted, and that's purely on the financial side. But the same thing is true on the technical side. So when you ask the question, what certifications are there, what attestations can one make, those aren't fully in place. So where are you compliant? And that hurts your ability to sell. How do you, if you go to a restaurant, you want to at least, or you go to a bank, you want to see PCI certification. But there's very little certifications that are available within the SITA environment. So when customers have to buy, they have very little choice. For them, it's fastest horse. Day earlier, dollar cheaper, because IT's become commoditized. So you can't blame customers from finding other people who have those badges and those certificates and who can run faster and who can run cheaper. What have we done about that? We've been saying, well, we can push automation. We should push transparency. Transparency in terms of pricing. Publish the prices, publish the contracts, make it visible, because those CIOs out there who are your customers are actually doing those comparisons in any case. Now, one of the things you've heard today, which may sound good, but I doubt it's going in the right direction, and answers the question on directors' fees. Directors' fees was based on the National Treasury guidance from 2009. It hasn't changed since then. And the boards pretty much have kept quiet about it because it applies to all DCTT entities. They kept quiet about it because, yes, everyone's embarrassed to ask for more money. But what has caused the volume increase is, what has caused the increase is volume. Number of meetings, number of participation, and. So you're having this audit problem, you're not sure about your numbers are changing all the time. Even today, the numbers we've heard 67%, but then you gave different numbers from a press article, which was 7 billion on 24 billion. I can tell you there's other numbers which then take local government into account, which is that total government spend in ICT is approximately 100 billion, and these come from National Treasury statistics. So it's not SITA and it's not anyone else, it's coming from an audited base that I would believe in, which means SITA's take on the entire thing, taking local government into account and it's closer to about 7 to 10% as compared to the other numbers we've heard. But again, that's a problem. We see numbers moving around. Someone commented on the APP issue. We thought the APP as a board was actually at 78%. So through the entire year, we track it, we get feedback, and we're thinking, okay, we missed our 80% objective. But we strongly believed and we're quite confident. We thought, okay, 78 is not too bad. Then it goes to the AG, and the AG slaughters it. Or they discount a lot of it. And we were never going to attack the AG because the AG is the same way with everyone and follows consistent standards. So again, we get caught by surprise. So what numbers do you believe in? I think that's the same problem you're having here. And one needs to push that particular level of transparency. So we pushed with concepts like saying, okay, we have to sign off on a budget. We don't necessarily agree with it. So we sign off on an APP, we sign off on a budget conditionally. I say conditionally, it's not really conditional. We're signing off and it gets submitted because that's the way the machine works, but it's please acknowledge concerns A, B, C, D. Now you may say, well, that's a very weak defense, and yes, it is. But being on a state board is not easy, and I'm personally happy I'm not there. Then in terms of industry standard benchmarking, customers are going to other places because it's a faster horse they can get. If your shop can't sell a loaf of bread, they'll go next door. Checkers can't sell you something, go to Pick and Pay. It's all commoditized at this stage. SITA tries to do a lot of things by itself, R&D, etc. But there's a lot of ecosystem development that has not been taken advantage of. So I think Honorable Atkins, he asked the question about ecosystem PPPs. There's a lot of work happening. Someone alluded to it as well. There's work happening with DPIs, DPGs in the presidency, etc. You won't find any of that in the SITA plan. But the door's being opened all the time to say whoever can participate, and people are jumping on board. CSR, Home Affairs, SARS, Reserve Bank, everyone's participating, but no one is playing out an entitlement card a la Monopoly. You've got to earn your rights at a technical table, at a business table. So I think that's where SITA needs to gear up and figure out how it does things. The new activities that are happening, I haven't seen it, but if it is happening to try and penetrate local government, I think that's fantastic, because there's a huge amount of work happening there in terms of smart city, safe city, citizen engagement apps, and right now, SITA doesn't have a footprint in that environment. If it creates a footprint in that environment, I think that's good. The increased reviews on frequency, which I want to mention, directors' fees. I think you won't see an increase in directors' fees because the board is pretty much halved, and it's a lot of government directors who don't get double paid. But when you're not sure about your numbers, you go from an audit review committee meeting that meets once a quarter, as it should. And then it becomes, no, once every 2 months, because we're not sure about some numbers. Then in my time, it became monthly. Now, what I'm hearing is it's gone down to weekly. I wouldn't be surprised in a couple of months' time you're going to say it's twice a week. So it's sucking up a lot of time where people are cross-checking things. And the problem, in my opinion, goes to methodology. SITA is following methodologies that are dated, that are not industry standard and consistent. People have found a way to do things faster. Now you send instant messaging. Maybe SITA is not quite at the fax era, but maybe they're still busy sending emails, whereas the rest of the world has moved on to instant messaging. I'm just using that as an example. It speaks to a process deficiency and how you speed up. I don't think anyone's making a judgment call on SITA per se. They just want a faster horse wherever it can come from. I mentioned the thing about ecosystem participation. There's a lot of activities on digital identity, digital hub. CSR's created the data observatory. COCTA's created the, they call that one the data hub. But there's also key projects which SITA is not being included in. Because when you look at that SITA cost revenue of roughly 7 billion, there are 40 government departments, more or less, at national level. But majority of that 7 billion comes from 3 or 4 major customers. So Department of Transport is not there. That idea, I know it's a bad news story, but the idea that digital transport driver's license, their entire project, I know it's gone slightly wrong, but SITA was never involved in it, so then maybe that was a good thing. But some of the major government departments, they are running their projects, it's just they're not running via SITA. If you want to know why and how are they getting away with it, it's not in a bad way. I don't think anyone's doing anything malicious. They're using existing constructs. We mentioned transversals, 1183, the 701, there's RT29, there's RT15. So they are accepted constructs as to how they're working through it. You can also use mechanisms like SARS, which is not subject, which is in, there's entities like that which can do their own procurement and the like, and local government only has to use SITA up to 50 million. So there are all of these kind of challenges. Then you get specials like IFMS, which Treasury carves out by itself, and other departments do as well. So when you look at the numbers, how much of the landscape SITA actually has, one's going to be very careful how you actually cut and slice and dice it, because sometimes SITA has its flaws, but let me speak up for it a little bit. Sometimes it gets treated as a bit of a puppet, and then there's a problem. Someone spoke about the issue of value for money. We, as a board, requested value analytics, requested aggregation validations, and the reference point for aggregation validations is we use the example of what's happening in the UK. They've had fantastic results from Crown Commercial. Value analytics aligning with UN SDG methodology. We've been pushing that again. It's following the world trends, not doing something unique. The targets are supposed to be smart and outcomes based. The portfolio committee already called that out, as did the department. They've got to be made more relevant, because the problem is a lot of those KPIs, those APP, look inward to SITA. And that's why it's questionable how much value you're getting out. The SITA industry comparison, I think the customers out there who we call government departments are doing that comparison continuously. And unfortunately, SITA's left wanting in that equation. So they're just buying a cheaper loaf of bread from the shop next door. SITA should be getting ahead of the curve by pushing more constructs of transparency. Show the price list, show the contracts. There should be nothing to hide. I have nothing to say on irregular expenditure. But I agree, it's not a box-ticking exercise. Just the controls, the number of them required in attestations, SOC 2 attestations, PCI attestations, that gives customers confidence that they're buying something quality. It's coming with a health stamp. SITA's products don't have a health stamp at the moment. I've commented on the SITA landscape numbers. Depending, it could be 37% and, or it could be a number as low as 7%. Pick a number in between. It depends how you define your denominator, which is your base. The one I'm using is National Treasury, which I find the most comfort on. In terms of skills and the like, the one I want to just emphasize that I think my major problem in SITA is methodology. Because the same skills that used to work for MTN and Vodacom and they were performing there, they come to SITA and then they can't perform. And the same SITA skills that now leave SITA and go work for a security company or go work for MTN and Vodacom, they perform there. So with all due respect, I don't think there's anything wrong with the human beings or the skills. I think they're all pretty intelligent. It's about the environment, it's about the methodology, it's about whether you feel you're making progress in life. And I think people get frustrated. Every day you walk back home and you do try and look at yourself in the mirror and you ask, have I achieved something? And when the answer more days than not is, well, I haven't quite moved, I'm like a hamster on a wheel, it gets frustrating. And that causes people to change. The other cause of instability, so other than the environment, the lack of business supportive processes, there is sometimes term issues that someone can only be appointed for 90 days. So government processes sometimes do take a bit of time in terms of recruitment. And I just want to put forward, even though in theory the MD reports, in practice the MD reports to the board, the MD is actually, as the Minister pointed out, is appointed through ministerial processes. And one's got to follow all the right sequences. Otherwise, there's occasional speed wobble. Chair, may I stop there? Thank you.
Chair, thank you, and thank you for the questions. I think a whole lot has been covered, really. I will just be repeating. But I think just to acknowledge that when you stand as a chairperson or as a board member, you want to see progress, you want to see your impact. You don't just want to collect fees. They are actually, like it has been mentioned, I think they have been there for quite some time without any review, but you don't even have the courage to review. So it is a complex terrain, SITA. I think I'll acknowledge that. But the one thing that I can only mention, after everyone has mentioned everything, SITA is operating in an ICT environment. It is quick, it is nimble. You can't have old policies managing SITA. The policies must be reviewed continuously so that it keeps up with the industry that we're competing with. But currently you have this machine that must be nimble, but is actually incubated into a very heavily governed and very rigid environment that is not being reviewed at all. If you take the example, which I was the chair when we had to apologize. So you have an MD, you see a risk, you want to actually deal with the risk, but the process says you must go back to the department and try to appoint someone. The department goes on leave. You are running exam papers. You are sitting with the accountability responsibility. When you try to follow up with the department, they say, look, everyone is on leave, you can't find them. You end up actually doing what you think is in the best interest of the organization. So was it right? No, it was not right. That's why we apologized. But it was done from a good place. So I think my one point really is to review, to look at the governance structures of SITA. The MDs that were counted, I mean the 6 or so, maybe 5 of them were acting MDs. So you just had one permanent MD who couldn't last as well. By the time he left, I'm not quite sure what could have happened, but most of them are just, acting and then acting for a few months and then leaving and so on. So I think it's just an organization that has great potential, 3,500 people working there for their families, and they are quite competent. That is why it's still standing. But the governance must actually be tightened and refreshed so that it matches the industry and the sector that it's working in. And I think we'll start seeing it progressing as we would like to see it progressing. Thank you, Chair. The rest, I think they've been mentioned really, and I cannot go further.
I think there's just one that I'm going to ask the CAE, the one that talks to the investigation by Honorable Skosana. If CAE, you can talk to that.
Thank you. I think if I can remember the question, it had to do with irregular expenditure and what happens with the rest of the investigations. Out of the 40 that we close, and there's 8 that we forward for action. So when we close investigation, like the 42 that we've closed, we've mentioned that 8 of them were forwarded for action to be taken. The other ones fall into different categories. For instance, there's a big category of investigation is closed and we conclude that the allegations were unsubstantiated. it happens after an investigation to find that the allegations of corruptions or impropriety were not substantiated and there was actually nothing into the matter. So there is that category. How we handle some issues, for instance, such as irregular expenditure that is reported and we find it in an investigation. We also work together with what has been mentioned as a loss control committee, where different executives sit and we forward the cases to be handled at that level, or the cases that have to do with irregular expenditure, because they are much more dealt in a better way there and with a multifaceted team of other executives. We don't just drop it off and leave it there. When there's issues that come out of that process of loss control, we'll also take it forward. But finalizing of investigations, like we say with the 42, does not mean finalizing an investigation, you find something wrong. 8 of them, action has to be taken. The other ones fall into very different categories, including the one where allegations could not be substantiated, including where things sometimes are forwarded to HR or employee relations to handle, or loss control to also handle those issues. I hope my answers are good. Thanks.
Thank you. AMD, if you can talk to the one on the program 1.
Thanks, Chair. On specifically court online, why didn't we perform? We had a phase 1 and there were instabilities on the system. So in other words, we couldn't roll out and expand on the solution because the current courts that were on the system, there were stability issues, infrastructure matters, and together with the department, it was agreed that we must first focus on stabilizing the system before we can expand the solution and finish the scope of the project. So the way we measure the project is you have to complete the project and have the deliverable. You can't roll out 50% of a project if something is not working. So whatever was there, we were stabilizing it, and we couldn't continue the project because of the stability. When it comes to the over expenditure on the program 1, from a financial perspective, we allocate budgets or values in the categories in the APP. So on program 1, because it's service delivery, all initiatives linked to service delivery, even though it's not on the APP, the budgets get categorized there. So it's just a method of being able to say how much we spent on service delivery areas and thought leadership, but it's not directly related to the objectives that you have there. So all other projects that were unplanned in service delivery that came in, the costs associated to that and the expenditure associated to that getting reflected under program 1. So when you try to correlate the ones in the APP level versus other service delivery projects that were driven with clients and the planning in terms of new things that came up which were not planned for, we end up with that kind of, let's say, comparison that may not be entirely correct if you look at just the objectives on the APP. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, AMD. I'll just talk to the one on the retention of IT skills and also attracting those. I think as the former chair has indicated, there is a culture element at SITA that requires attention from the board. And I understand that also the previous board had started working on employee value propositions from attraction and retention perspective, but I think culture has to be corrected so that there is a sense of a performance culture in the organization, particularly in the IC industry. You can't have a non-performance that the former chairperson alluded to. Another element is also the structure of some of the contracts. For instance, at HOD level, some of those are at fixed term contract. So reviewing those to ensure, because then it means some of the younger talent would not aspire to stay and move to an HOD level where you're going to be on a 5-year fixed term contract. So it then results in losing skills that would have been developed internally. So there are various elements that requires the focus of the board, and there are those that we're prioritizing, such as reviewing the fixed term contract model at HOD level. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much, Chair. With regards to the questions that were directed to me, I think we'll start with Honorable Beasley. With regards to whether I individually believe that SITA can improve its services or otherwise. I do. I think the most important thing that for any service provider which makes your clients happy and for you to retain them is the quality of service and the signs and the sense that those clients would then get. And if SITA fixes one, the issue of the turnaround that members of the committee spoke about, the proactive element in engaging its client to ensure that you don't then wait for some of the service deficiencies and lapses to occur before reacting to that, I think it will go a long way in maintaining the client relations. I think it also fixes the issue of cost, and I think one executive spoke to this around the costing of the services, because if you go to market or you are sussing out what the cost is in market and it's very low or it's affordable to you, it makes sense that you go that route, particularly with the prescripts in terms of government procurement and affordability. And then coming to the question around Home Affairs, I think across government, particularly in these economic climates that you are in, you're always going to have the sentiment that every department can do with more resources to deal with their needs, whether those are related to ICT needs or their primary mandate. That will be the basis. We haven't been served with any divorce papers or otherwise, you know, and I'm not saying that on a lighter note, but is to respond directly to that question from Honorable Skosana. In terms of investigations, the investigation with the PSC, we initiated it because we wanted to get to the root of institutionally some of these issues that have become very obvious here in terms of addressing the root causes, so that you can then do an institutional revival in terms of what has handicapped SITA in the past and deal with it. So the PSC investigation is ongoing, and I wanted to add, for the interest of this engagement, that part of the issues around instability, which has been alluded to, Chair, relates to, you know, two sets of developments, in fact three. If you look over the last while, probably 5 to 6 year period, there are developments that have contributed to the instability, some external, some internal. You look at the number of, you know, ministers, which is nobody's control other than whoever is the president of the country at that given time in the portfolio. That obviously has an impact in terms of the temperature of the relationship that any executive authority has with the board. You look at changes that have happened at board level during that period of time, and also at the acting managing director or acting managing director level. Those changes and frequent changes ultimately have an impact in terms of the relationships of accountability and structures of governance that exist in any organization. And in any environment, they can also become a platform for opportunism to creep, where unusual things then start happening because certain individuals may enjoy some form of protection based on whichever leadership is there at a time, or there can be manipulation when people are new in structures of leadership and adjusting to the environment that they are in. You can be rushed into decisions about processes, and that leads and manifests itself in terms of some of the non-compliance issues that may have occurred. So that PSC investigation is also looking in terms of the struggles to retain talent within the organization, and we've got believe that given the choice of the public service, they will help in terms of what proactively then needs to be done in fixing the institution going forward. You can have all the structures in the world that you need, but you also need people who, you know, represent the values of those institutions to champion those values and focus on doing the right thing. And I think there are there are pockets of such professionals, be it in the staff component of SITA and even in the leadership, that actually want to see the institution working, who have perhaps been, destabilized by some of the frequent changes that have been happening there periodically. And then to also mention that there is also a public protector investigation that is ongoing, particularly looking into the appointment of the former acting managing director whose term lapsed at the end of February. So that is ongoing with the public protector. And then the question around board fees has been settled, Chair. And I want to make this contribution in here, and I think Pillay alluded to this point, wherein depending on the changes and what could be some of the contributory elements to the rise in board fees, for instance, and I'll use the example of the interim board. The interim board is a smaller structure compared to a full composition of the board, because it's the minimum representation based on the limitation of what an interim board would constitute. Therefore, there would be a submission, and in this case, we condoned it because it was reasonable given the smaller structure of meeting frequently in order to deal with the magnitude of the business that is in there. What needs to then be fixed is looking at the frequency of meetings going forward and the value generated out of those meetings, because there's got to be a fair balance of value for money, and also determining that structures are working for the purposes. And just to assuage members, with the interim board, the majority are civil servants, so the cost there will likely, in effect, be minuscule compared to previous terms. But I think also with SITA, one of the things that we need to relook in ensuring that we account for public finances is to look at also some of the provisions in terms of the memorandum of incorporation. And that from the department side, equally, we enforce compliance with the memorandum of incorporation, which becomes the instrument of governance for SITA. And that is where we can also do better in ensuring that compliance, but also boards, it is incumbent on them and the advice that they get through the executives or the resources they get through a company secretary, that there is that compliance. Thanks, Chair.
All right. Sorry, do you want to say something? Thanks.
Maybe if I can just add quick one, Chair. As the Minister indicated, when a board is appointed, we do an induction program. We actually take them through also in terms of the previous audit outcomes, and we highlight some of the issues that we have raised or what the AG has raised as well, asking them to actually pay much attention to it. I just want to indicate that. The other issue, I thought when Honorable Maduna was asking as to the correspondence of MD, I'm not so sure which MD it is, but what we've also basically summary is that what we've picked up from the department and advising our principal is that there is a lack of proper governance processes from the part of the board, and I think what the Minister alluded to, they are guided by the MOI. The MOI is very prescriptive in as far as who's then the final authority of it. Twice we've had a repeated incident of then that particular MOI process is not being followed, and this for us obviously we consider it as a lack of proper governance processes. And then the other issue I think that was also being asked by the honourable members is what is the root cause at SITA? For us, it's about accountability as well as consequence management. It's about holding executive accountable, ensuring that if you look, and honourable members, with regards to the SITA APPs, there are certain targets that are recurring every single year. If you look at the AG report, you also see certain recurrence observations and opinions. That for me is illustrative. We've written to the board. We can share with you the numerous letters I think probably since 2020, I mean, for the last administrative process, where we've actually highlighted these and we've asked and we've brought it to the attention of the board to say, can you please ensure that you address these particular issues? So I think that has been one of the major deficiencies that we've observed. Thank you.
Performance bonuses, Chair.
Yeah, there
Has
was
the executive received any performance bonuses in the previous 3-4 financial years?
I apologize. It has just been confirmed that there hasn't been any performance bonus paid for more than 4 years.
All right. Thank you very much. So this is the first of our interactions. So let me try and summarize in this way. And there are issues that I would have hoped that we could canvass, but there's not enough time. We will canvass them again. But there are several categories of issues that we're going to need to put on our accountability dashboard. We may then add others or revise through consultation with you, Minister, and with the board through you, Minister, and so on. But there are issues on both sides. So the first one really has to do with what I understand to be a need for a review of SITA. There are several things in that basket with the benefit of this conversation. One, I think the principles that inform the appointment of board members are important. Is there due consideration for the development curve in which the IT industry is? One. Secondly, that then informs the diversity of skills and experience that you need on the board, that there is sufficient rigor to make sure that the people that oversee the entity have got the requisite skills to put the management that they need, that the institution needs in order to meet its mandate in place, and then do the monitoring and guidance that is required. So there is that basket of issues that we're going to need to deal with. The second basket, and I'm mentioning these at random so you can synthesize them later. The second basket of issues we're going to have to deal with is with regards to past audit and other issues involving the SIU, the public protector, and so on. We're going to need to understand where each of those investigations are over time and whether there's there for feedback back into the institution to make the necessary changes or consequence management and so on. So that would be the second part. The third part that we will be interested in, because the committee tries to have to make sure that we've got systemic changes that have an impact on governance going forward. Let's just call it the general risk management space. There were questions around the vetting of officials, there are questions around lifestyle audits. There are also what I suspect are areas that fall within a gray area. My instinct is this: SITA staff have significant leverage over the procurement in departments. And there must be a cottage industry of people who are queuing to carry the favor of SITA officials who can then lean on departments for things to go the right way. It's a universe the committee needs to understand. So when I was asking those questions about the governance architecture and so on, we need to develop sufficient understanding of that universe, and then that feeds back into the systems that the SITA has to oversee areas where people are out there on the street, basically on the proverbial street, acting on behalf of the SITA, but with significant impact on government procurement. We'll talk about what the measurables are in that instance, both in terms of the measurement of the risk itself, but secondly, the financial exposure within that estate. Financial exposure for the committee is the whole government, it's not just the SITA. And so that area would be important. And then the second last area that we are going to need to work together on is with regards to the ability of the SITA to meet its target. So firstly, in the context of what we understand to be a bit of an outmoded orientation of the institution, what impact does that have on your performance targets? Right? Are they appropriate? Are you even thinking about them in the right way? and therefore is a financial allocation that relates to the performance of those targets appropriate or not? All right, so that is the second last one. The last one has to do with the audit plan. So firstly, there is a recovery in respect of what the Auditor General has raised. And secondly, the first point of performance that we're going to need to agree on is that all the milestones that we're supposed to meet for this audit that's coming have been met. Right? That's how we will know that things are going well. If those get missed, it's a problem. I know I said it's the last one. The final one is the management information systems. That's absolutely critical. It's clear to me that that seems to be, in some instances, at fax machine stage, mouse with a cable all the way to Bluetooth mice. It's a mix. It's a mess. Yes. What will help the committee is to understand specifically what steps are being taken to clean up that estate, what the timelines are, because again, that's the accountability dashboard. And therefore, we will be interacting with one another on a periodic basis so that when we get to the outcomes of next year's audit, these members here have 2 questions each, and we are all out of here in 2 hours. If the intervening period between now and then has these regular interactions missing, we are going to have many long and difficult meetings. That's what I'm trying to avoid by doing this, so that we can all basically get to a point where the outcomes are proper. Minister, if I may say, I'd like you to update, I'm sure you're looking at this, but at the level of the DG and the bureaucrats, there are people with various titles here, how the oversight of not just the SITA, but actually the rest of the entities, because you're going to be back here over SABC and SA Post Office and so on. We need to understand how things back at the ranch are working in order to achieve the same outcome that we're trying to achieve with SITA here. So let me leave it there. There might be other issues that we need to work on, but we will synthesize all of these through consultation and make sure that we've got a dashboard that everybody understands, and we can triangulate that with Treasury and so on, so that we, and the AG, so that we show that we're all moving in the right direction. We've kind of run way over. I was grateful to hear that the session starts at 3, but there are also some very hungry people in the room, and others want to take a body break. So we are going to leave it here and adjourn. I want to thank the colleagues from the Auditor General, from the honorable members of the committee, the SIU, you Minister, the members of the SITA board, past and present, as well as the public servants who are here in support of all of you, to thank you for your participation today and your contributions. We adjourn.